Hey everybody, welcome to Live and Upfront Media. I'm your host Melody, and we have the host Ruby. Hi Ruby.
Hey, what's up, girl? How you
Mhm.
doing?
I'm I'm doing okay. I had work all day. I finally just got off about an hour ago. Getting ready
Mm,
for this interview.
right? I'm excited. Y'all, just so you understand, okay? I don't want to hear no Transformer jokes or nothing. My voice sounds like this because I am very, very sick. This is why we postponed this week, and that's why we're running a bit late today. And listen, I should be under a bed sleeping, but I am here because I care about y'all and about your viewing entertainment and pleasure. So we are here to give y'all an amazing podcast slumber party.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Um,
Yes.
since Ruby can't get out of bed, y'all are joining me in, in bed today.
She's literally in bed, so this is literally a slumber party for Ruby. But she found an amazing guest for us to interview. He seems really, really nice. Honestly, I don't know much about him. I know Ruby knows more about him than I do. So I'm very, very excited to get to know this guy. you know?
It's gonna be good. Trust me. I love when we get people who have different thoughts, different opinions. As y'all
Mhm.
know, we are very anti echo
Echo
chambers over
chamber.
here,
No echo chambers.
right?
Nope.
So we're introducing y'all to the gray pill. That's right. Probably haven't heard of that pill yet. Well, you're about to.
Right.
And right, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna cover some, we're gonna cover some popular talking points and see what gray pill has to say about all of it, right? So I think it's gonna be a
Yeah.
good show.
Definitely. Yeah, I want to know how different is the gray pill from the red pill because we all know this is a red pill space. So I'm excited.
Exactly. I think it's gonna be good.
Yeah. So I don't know if we'll bring him up in a second. We're just waiting for someone else. So we will definitely bring him up. But in the meantime, Ruby, can you explain to everybody what we have in store with the slumber party? Because they're probably like, what's the slumber party?
Listen, basically, this is what it comes down to. Ruby's trying to neutralize this face. You see what GC does to me, y'all? You see? No, I'm not trying to neutralize the space, ignorancy. Okay, what we want to do, though, right? There's no such thing as a good idea that's gone unchallenged. That's just what it comes down to. Ideas don't get better, thoughts don't get better, movements don't get better unless they are respectfully, right, and thoughtfully challenged and
Mhm.
questioned, right? And even if you know you're right or you believe you're right, best thing you can do is allow your thoughts, your arguments to be challenged, okay? Which actually forces you to come up with a better argument. So, yeah, I like poking holes. Darn right. Not trying to neutralize the space though. Ignorant. All
Right.
right. So now what we gonna do, okay, y'all? Um, we are gonna have these podcast slumber parties from time to time. Okay, it's something a little bit more informal. So you get to know some other content creators out there, what they're about, what they stand for, and what their opinions are. And I think that the slumber party is a great way to do it. Everyone, pull up your
Right.
popcorn, your tea, your
Let's
wine. I
go.
think it'll be a good night.
Yes, get everything ready because this is going to be amazing. And guys, pretty soon, I would say within the next month, we will be having a slumber party on camera. So it's going
Mm-hmm.
to be even better. I can't wait. But I think our guests are here, so I'm going to bring them up.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, wait, I'm trying to bring Deuce. Is he up?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
wait a
I,
second.
there we
Oh, there
go.
we go. Now we got it.
All
Hi,
right.
How
welcome.
we doing, ladies?
We're doing
Welcome, gentlemen.
well.
Welcome. I know some of
Welcome.
y'all, this is not false advertising. It ain't our fault. Minka is part of the Gray Pill Podcast Network over there, okay? But she was not able to make it today. So it was not false advertising, okay? She is
Yes.
part of this segment, just so
So
y'all know.
we have
Yeah,
someone else. Maybe next time Minka can come, right?
yes, yeah, she will. I promise.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. So let's get into this interview. So first of all, I want to know what exactly is the gray pill And what's the mission statement?
Um, just to be clear, we don't represent any ideology with the pill community. That's something that's a whole different sector. Actually came out cool for the name. When me and Mika got together, had like a long conversation about just life. Everybody's always, I guess, on our end of the fence. Everything's always argumentative. It's black and white. So we had like a
Mhm.
long conversation, and then a whole nother day trying to come up with a name for the platform, and I still had the papers doodled and drawn. So she was going to say, hey, well, let's do like black and white. And some things in context was is it like a race thing? Is it black and white? So let's talk on the phone. And then I was like, well, why don't we just do like, call it just like the gray pill? You know what I'm saying? Like there's no, everything's a little bit gray in different
Oh,
sectors, conversations.
mhm.
And that was it. And we just called it the Gray Pill Podcast. So
Oh,
short and
that's
sweet.
dope. I like that. That's really
And
dope.
plus it's a little clickbaity too, because when one is GP for short, some people just I don't know whether they just say Angelus, just that's my name by the way, or they'll just say GP or just Gray Pill for short, or just Gray. But it's a little clickbaity, I know, because of just the logo, because pretty much got all the pills surrounding, but the pills is like kind of out that way. So, and we just went with it.
Right. So let me ask a question about Minka. That's what I
Sure.
really want to know. Are you guys in a relationship?
No.
No? No.
If anybody catch our content, the Great Pill Podcast, we're pretty much like it's just an inside joke, because everybody knows if you're actually starting content creation, especially with live podcasts, and that's a lot of time. So in
Mhm.
scheduling, we're basically on opposite ends of the world. And it so one time I think, because my schedule is pretty much very flexible. She's like in the business, she's in marketing, and she network a lot, outside our home, inside our home. So
Mhm.
one time I just had a conversation like, look, we're like husband and wife. Everything I know, you know, like we got to be like 100% in this, blah, 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 blah. So it just became like an inside joke. So if you ever catch us on a podcast, I'll just introduce her as like, my wifey, and she'll like introduce me as hubby. And that's how we just run with
Mhm.
it.
Oh, okay. So that's cute. So it's kind of like clickbait, so people can think you guys are together,
Oh
so they
yeah,
can play.
it's crazy, because I had a date, like had happened to catch it, and instead
Mhm.
of her listening to the whole message of the platform, she'll hang on to Minka's word and come back to
Right.
me, and then or I had guys in the back end. I had spoke to some other pill communities just to have a conversation, and
Mhm.
down the line they will hit me up like, hey bro, so is that your wife, or y'all got some relationship, or are you sleeping with them? Like, nah, we're like legitimate friends. We're cool like that.
Right. So let me ask you this. Did you get any hate from black women thinking that you guys were in a relationship? Because you know how black women are. Once they think somebody's dating outside of their race, they get offended. So did you have any black women come at you because
No,
of that?
no, I don't even think we hit that. I don't think we're that famous yet to even have that conversation. I,
Right.
I I think it'd be fun to have, but I have like pretty much organically, I had built up my channel from my previous fan base from like I was originally a gamer on my gaming
Mhm.
channel for 10 years, and then I did motivational coaching for 5 years. So my blogger page, everybody that knows me like actually knows me there, and then my personal Facebook page. So anybody that's on my channel is pretty much I say a good 6% actually knows me.
Okay.
So and it kind of filters out like a little bit of negative if somebody comes in a view. And all my friends like black, like all race, black, white, green, yellow, purple. So
Right.
nobody really cares, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now,
Well,
I have a question about that,
Sure.
because you said it would be fun for that to happen. Um,
Well, excuse me. Let me dive into that one. Let me add some context. Fun to the meaning of, because I feel like, because on our platform we don't mind open perspective, so it would be a good conversation. Like for example, I was on Black Men Unfiltered. Shout out to him, and it was a conversation that we was talking about past relationships, whether failed or continuing, or stories that we had personally or some other guys we know. And a guy was like, "Yeah, man, I can't believe you had these. I don't know if what kind of guys you hang around. Never heard people like this." I'm like, I would love to meet people like that. Like you cannot say, and that's why I say that black and white. You got to be in some kind of bubble to say, hey, it's always this, it's always that. It's never always black and white.
right.
um,
So you don't consider yourself red pill at all.
Oh, I don't, like I said, I don't do it. To me, it's cringy. It's cringy.
Right. Okay.
I'm sure if I said, and no disrespect to the black pill community and the red pill community, but I'm very sure if I would have said some terminologies or some phrases or some sayings like in a dating aspect, they were like, yeah, bro, red pill truth, or that's black pill truth. I heard that all the time. So yeah.
Well, do you agree with any of the talking points from Red Pill
Oh
Men?
yeah, there's truth to everything. Just like religion, culture. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you.
Right.
Well, okay, I got a question for
Sure.
you, right? So now, and I understand, right? I think maybe a lot of people came into the spaces recently in the last couple years, maybe, and things have gotten really messy and kind of
Especially in the
ugly.
manosphere.
Yeah, especially in manosphere, right? But let me ask you from a pure stance, whereas in, maybe young boys and young men were
Mhm.
not being trained and conditioned to see the world as it is, and to work within that world. And, the idea that maybe young men need to be, and men generally need to be educated on not just women, but on the world overall, and the way things work in the world, on the way to be successful or to get ahead, and the difference that there is a difference
Mhm.
between men and women, what they want, what they need, and how each are going to be successful. I mean, do you think that there's a problem with saying that men and women are inherently different? They have inherent roles, and society lies to us about what those roles are.
That was a lot, but yeah, the
Hmm.
last part, society cannot. I feel like society cannot dictate on everything that we say because,
Hmm.
like, it comes back to, like I said, living in a bubble. Let's say, for example, you live in a small town, small community, nothing really going on, so you're pretty much just confined to your thought process on that level, right? And then you only right now, so only thing you're going by is what media tells you. So you're kind of a little bit delusional on that. But if you actually get outside the world, just travel, just a road trip, visit family and friends outside the state, or if you got the financial gain, or you have family and friends that's outside the country that mind helping you out. I promise you, if you get outside those countries or outside your borders of your own home, you'll find stuff just a little bit differently, and your thinking process is going to be a little bit differently. You know what I'm saying? Just like, for example,
Right.
if anybody from Middle East, Asia, Mexico, wherever, if they come over here, they're going to adopt the same kind of culture and traits that we give to them. So it's kind of a give and take. Now, as far as the youth and anything else goes, same thing. It just baby steps. Take the courage, walk out your door, or just if you don't understand anything, you don't have that family and friends type little tribalism, then you have all the technology in your fingertips right there. Look, but review and vet the answers that you get. But I think Deuce can answer a little bit more clearly to that because he actually travels the world a little bit more than I do.
Hello, ladies. Thank you for having me on.
Hey,
Hi,
dudes.
welcome. Thanks for coming.
Hmm.
So what was the question?
Okay, listen, I'm going to expose Deuce right now, y'all. I'm exposing him. This man, I'm not going to let him pretend that he's working or doing something important. He's not. He's playing Call of Duty, y'all. He's playing Call of
Um,
Duty. That's
I
how I am
was.
exposing
put
him.
him on
Okay, I'm
blast.
exposing him. That's how I put it all the way on blast. Holding you accountable. That's what we do over here. We hold people accountable, sir.
Oh my
I like
God,
already.
Ruby.
So
I
I had to
was.
point it out. So that's why things wasn't paying attention. But it's all right, sir. Don't worry. We don't mind
No,
repeating it for you this time. Go
I
ahead.
was paying attention. The game is in the other room.
Okay,
Go ahead
okay,
and
okay.
repeat it for him again. One more time, Ruby. One more time.
Hold on. I'm gonna cough. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Sorry.
Honestly, I don't even remember anymore now. You
I
see
respect
all
the
this
petty.
I'll just, it's okay. I'll move on with the
I
next
know I
question.
am. I'm so petty when I'm sick. I apologize in
No, you're fine.
advance.
I respect the petty.
Yeah.
I'm all about that.
It's okay. I'll move on to the next question. He got out of that one, so I'll give him another one. So, Deuce, do you believe that the gender war is real?
Yes, I do, and I think it's happening because there's a lot of different factors going on in society right now where men and women are coming into direct conflict, right? It's economics, rights, um, equal opportunity, right? So men and women are constantly coming into conflict in areas outside of just into like relationships that
Mhm.
now, that adversarial relationship comes into the relationship you have. You know what I'm saying? Because now, like we live as a monolith. Like one man represents all men, one woman represents all women. So everybody's bringing a lot of these outside issues into their interpersonal relationships.
Right. So what about you? The Gray Pill podcast. What's your take on that?
What is my take on the Great Pill podcast?
No.
No, she's
What's
talking.
your take?
Oh,
What's your
Same
take?
answer.
Yeah.
Same answer. Yeah, it is pretty much is what it is. I'm too vanilla. I'm laid back. I'm just chill. Like, I mean, if it doesn't affect my personal circle or friends and family I'm dealing with, but if it, like I said, I don't. I really don't judge nobody. That's pretty much how I live my life. You know what I'm saying? If it doesn't affect my personal well-being or my friends and family, we're good.
Okay, so you don't think the behavior of a lot of modern Black women, like I'm gonna be, specific
Hmm.
Black women, you don't think that affects you in any way?
Not necessarily because I'm not dating, courting, sleeping, or marrying them.
Okay.
But I
Oh,
do
whoa,
believe.
whoa, whoa,
Yeah, we're
whoa!
gonna get into
Hold on.
that. Hold on.
What?
We're gonna get into
Calm
that.
down, calm down, calm down.
He doesn't date them. So what do you date? Do
No,
you
I'm
date?
just giving an example. If I'm not meaning like dating right now, presently, like if I'm not with one, then
Uh,
I don't see the yeah. And if the
wait,
cons,
are you married?
no, I'm single.
So you're single. But you don't date black.
I date
Well, at
everybody.
least
I'm
not
open to.
modern black women right now.
Well, what is a modern black woman? Because I date everybody. Women.
Okay, okay. Well, okay. So no, I'm gonna tell y'all how I know that the women's are gonna hear that. They're gonna hear you basically saying that even though you say you're not about all these pills and cis BM and all that and whatever, that you're just one of them. But in nice guy clothing, because you just said basically, well, I don't care what these modern black women be doing. I don't date them anyhow.
Yeah, meaning
Which
that.
kind of sounds like
Okay,
you
I
date outside
understand.
your race. You know?
Yeah, I understand that, but just to be clear, I'm open to date everybody. I don't be
Okay.
selective. I don't be like, hey, I don't care about not dating that or not dating this type of female. I'm open to
Fair.
all. Yeah, I'm good with that.
So what do you think about the SYSBM men or the passport bros? Because they left Black women alone altogether. So
Oh,
what's your
they
take
call
on that?
they call them on the other community. I heard that terminology. I don't know the SBS, but the other last terminology I heard about. They call it geomaxing. Um, they seem like they're fine with it. I mean, they feel like because I only could speak for them. You know what I'm saying? From with the conversations I had about, they're fine with it. They're saying that the laws here is pretty much just it's not working out in their favor come the men because at the end of the day, if they divorce, women get half or get it all, and that's pretty much how it goes. Women overseas a little bit more submissive, a little bit more
Mhm.
docile.
Yep.
I say the perfect word. I think the word would come to mind is a more appreciative. Like, say, for example, if a guy all he can make is 40K a year, a woman is making 60. She's pretty much demasculating them in a lot of ways. But if he's making 80 or 100K, women is prone to men in that caliber is going to ask for a little bit more than less. So it's weird, but that's pretty much how a lot of those type of men feel.
Right. And you said the key word, they're more submissive. In our space, where the space that we're in the manosphere, they don't believe that Black women are submissive. They believe that Black women are masculine and they want to wear the pants in a relationship. And they're not appreciative or thankful.
Well, that's not
So
that's not true because my mom, she was very submissive, and honestly, I was growing up, I was actually upset with her because the way she was submissive to my stepdad, God rest his soul. I was like, I was in the mindset of the quote unquote statistically hated women, like the aggressive, like, why are you doing this to him? Why you work too? And he works, he can get up and get his own plate. That was my attitude. But longevity, as I got older, I realized, like, she was just being a good wife.
Right. But I'm sorry, I cut you off. I was saying, but she's considered a traditional woman. She's not a modern woman.
Okay. So what do you consider a modern one? I didn't realize there was a difference.
Like a millennial woman. Like somebody that's
the boss babe, like the boss babes, career woman, all that.
Right. They don't cook, they don't clean. All they worry about is their career. They're masculine.
My mom was a boss. My mom was a boss babe, but she still submitted and was and again played that role. My mother was like a corrections officer for 20 years. My grandmother busted her hump, actually physically doing manual labor. But when she had her husband, she still acted accordingly when she came home. If he was coming home, she still she cooked. She did everything the traditional way. My mom was the same way. My mother, even when she was single and she still did stuff for me, she still cooked the meals, made sure the house was clean, still helped raise me and say, hey, this is stuff you need to do. So that's a role model I look towards. So if any woman that coming out their mouth, because I have friends too that makes 100K, you know what I'm saying? So they act that millennial way, but they traditionally, they are old school, you know what I'm saying? They're in their 40s, you know what I'm saying, and 50s. But unfortunately, they have that millennium mentality of I'm the boss babe, I make this much money, blah, blah. But it just comes down to understanding if you, like, for example, if I want a certain type of woman, I gotta carry myself a certain way. But even still, if it's about the money, Holly Berry, if I'm matching her financial gain with hers and I have the status, that doesn't necessarily mean she's gonna still be into me, because she just might not like me, So my mom was just that type of person, boss babe, career orientated, own a house, own the land. But hey, if her husband comes to place, which he did, she was submissive. She played her role. That's it.
Okay. Sorry, if I could just ask a question. Melody, can you check the private chat really quick though while I'm asking this question? I asked you a question. But so my question would be then, given your experience, right, where you had your frustrations siding with your mom when you were younger, be like, why do you have to submit to that man like that? All right. Yeah. And so as an adult, did that affect the way that you want to run relationships? As in, do you prefer, say, having more of a partnership instead of you being, the head of the household or the domineering force, shall we say?
No, again, I think it came back down to vetting. It's like an understanding, because I mean, let's keep it 100. The days we live in now, women, just like men, are the boss babes in their own right, just like men is bosses in their own right. But everybody, the people I conversate with, it's just, I just don't jump in blindly with certain situations, but they have to understand too, like, hey, you're a woman, I'm a man, there's certain things I can do that you can do, you know what I'm saying? But I know, growing up around the women in my family, hey, my mom chop wood, use a chainsaw, mow the lawn, all this stuff. But if like, for example, I think the last relationship I was in 2 years ago, she just made a comment like, hey, I'm not going to take out the trash. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. And that's okay. It's not a big of a deal. I'll take out the trash. I'll be that guy. But in our relationship, our dynamic, I love to cook. You know what I'm saying? She loves to clean. So it worked out for me. It worked out better for me because I just like to cook. And everything that I prepared, she enjoyed. I mean, she dove into. So it wasn't an argument. But now if it came to something of a disagreement, and she washed the clothes like every once a week, something I normally don't do. So she jumps on that. So if she jumps on that before me, hey, I'm not complaining. That's the example I'm trying to give. She had her role, I had mine. But if it's something came outside the box, let's sit down, have a conversation about it, and see where that goes. But I'm not, again, even without a chick, like I said, I'm single. I do me. I wash my own clothes. There's nothing you can do for me that I can't do for myself. But if you step into my own world, like I'm stepping into yours, and you start taking on those responsibilities, we're good.
Okay. I think that's fair enough. Let's ask Deuce. You seem to be hiding over there in the corner and out of the hot seat. So what's your take on this?
So, like GP said, we all have our roles, right? If you're looking for, like, the whole partnership thing is not really a partnership because there's always somebody inherently going to give more. More times than not with men is men are going to give more financially. So we're not 50-50 in all matters. There's not a partnership. There's not a 50-50 partnership, right? If I'm paying 80% of the bills and you're contributing 20, it's not a partnership. It's an 80-20 relationship, right? But we have to complement each other. So the things that I don't need somebody with the same skill set that I have. I need somebody that can do things that I can't do. Right? So that's why I think people get it wrong because like women, there are a lot of women now that are more so with empowerment has come entitlement. So now the more women have become empowered, they feel like they're more entitled in relationships. So now that comes into direct conflict because now we're doing the same job. We both can't wear pants. Somebody has to wear pants. Somebody has to wear skirt. It's as simple as that. Now, if you want to, now if you're better at something than I am, hey, listen, I got no problem. You know, you could be the chief. I'll be you be the chief. I'll be the follower. It's not a problem. But you know, a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people cannot put themselves in this, put themselves in that space to take a step back and say, hey, listen, why don't you take charge? And I believe in a household, yes, a woman runs the house. She runs the day-to-day, you know, activities in the house and stuff like that, as far as like child rearing and cleaning and stuff like that. But the man, it's a ship. The woman may run the ship, but the man he's the captain. He controls the direction.
Right. Now, let me ask you this. Can you hear me? I'm trying to turn my volume.
Yeah, we can hear you, girl.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about a woman making a lot more than a man? Do you think she has the right to be the leader then?
That is...
Oh, Lord.
With me? No. Absolutely not. Because I'm still a man, right? That's where I probably throw around that word inherently, right? Because I would not be able to, you know, she's still a woman at the end of the day, right? She still has her pride. She still has her self-esteem and stuff like that. And I can never challenge that, right? Those are things that you have to protect inherently in a man and female relationship. So there's inherently certain things that I'm entitled to as a man. You know what I'm saying? Like and things I'm supposed to do within the house. Now, if she makes more money than you do, y'all can work that out. I'm not an insecure person. I have been in a relationship with women that made more money than I did.
Big facts.
But we had like an understanding, but we never got to the point of living together and stuff like that. But she never tried to emasculate me by saying she made more money. Where I think that educated women are are able to like think critically and not do stuff like that. When you have women that aren't as educated and aren't as like affluent, then every little thing that it becomes a competition. Every little thing she has over you, it becomes a way of her emasculating you. So like, say for instance, y'all both on the struggle bus, right? Mm-hmm. She got better credit than you. I've seen a lot of like, you know, relationships like that when I was coming up, where they throw it in the face. Oh, your credit ain't nothing, blah, blah, blah. My credit better than yours anyway. They get a house, they get an apartment before him or whatever. This is my apartment, you get out. Or if they're on public assistance and they got a Section 8 or whatever, this is my house. My name is on the lease, or my name, you know, the Department of Housing, my name is on this, you get out. You know what I'm saying? They're quick to emasculate men. And I feel like women of a certain background are able to like think critically and say, hey, listen, even though I do have these set of accomplishments and stuff like that, a man is still a man. I can't emasculate that man. I can't emasculate my man. And it all comes down to also your background, how you came up in your culture. I'm from New York, so you see a lot of the adversarial masculine energy coming from New York women. Yeah. Usually the women that come from other cultures are a little bit better because their mothers raised them to like train them to be wives. This is how you treat a man. The same way that men are giving the speech. This is how you treat a woman. Walk on this side of the street, pull out, you know, open her car door, pull out her chair, take her coat. The same way we're trained. In other cultures, women are trained by their mothers. Now we have to look at in our community, what are the mothers training their daughters to be? Exactly. Is your mother training you to be independent and masculine, or is she training you to be cooperative and feminine?
Exactly. And I'm from New
Oh.
Jersey, so I understand exactly
Oh,
what you mean.
me
Yes.
too. Hey,
Oh,
Brick
Jersey.
City.
Hey, making
Okay.
connections. Small
Clay
world.
County,
Small
Clay
world.
County. That's where I'm at. Okay.
Essex
But yeah,
County and Island. So yeah, that's
yeah.
okay.
So yeah, you
Um,
close.
Yeah, yeah.
and, and if we could just take a second here to shout out, I know some people are here in the chat, here to support Grape Hill. So thank y'all for coming out to support y'all's people. And of course, thank our people for always coming out and supporting us. I know it is a busy day. It's a day before the weekend. You could be anywhere else, but you are choosing to be here. And yes, Mr. Know-It-All, I apologize. It is a pajama party. You can't see me in my pajamas, but I'm in them. Okay.
Right.
So I'm just letting you know, I'm very sick. And so everyone is joining Ruby in her bed today for a giant slumber party that's going to span across the globe.
Oh my.
Okay,
Right.
that
And
sounds really bad now, doesn't it? But
no, no.
that's how worse it is.
And don't forget to hit that like button. And if you're not subscribed already, hit the bell because we're going to be doing this every Tuesday.
Oh nice.
Or we might want to change it to Thursdays, Ruby. We'll talk about that in the back chat.
Hey,
I definitely don't. No,
keep us alert.
No,
I'll come and support.
no, no.
definitely. And I'll
Tuesdays.
come support you as well.
Of course, just not on Saturdays. You have to give me a day. Every time y'all tell me y'all are running a show, you tell me when I'm already running a show on the days because I have Tuesdays with Melody, of course, right? And then I have Friday nights and Saturday evenings with Just Ask Shar. She's in the chat room right now. And so every time you're like, oh, we're doing a stream Saturday 7. I'm like, my stream's at 7:30. Like, what do you mean? I can't. Right?
Yeah.
Like you always do that. So you got to pick a different day, not Tuesday, Friday, or Saturday. Any other day, and I'll be there. I promise.
Well,
Yeah.
I do that because again, I know you from way back, so just like, hey, just let you know this is what we're
I know.
doing, and just get feedback from too. Because like you say, you're a smart woman, you smart. So I like to hear again, still come back to women. Everything's not black and white. All the fellas don't know everything, so sometimes you gotta go to the women just to get that little, hey, what's going on? Give me that little nudge? What's the feedback? So that's all I do. Yeah.
Okay. So then if you needed to be stranded, I know this is a crazy question. If you needed to be stranded on a desert island, you could pick a team of 12.
Team
You
of
wouldn't pick
12?
a team of 12. But like y'all will never have any help from the outside world forever. It's all on y'all. Okay. And what's important here to note is that you can't reproduce. Like everyone is sterile for some reason. Okay. Would you have women on your team?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course he would. He would. I mean, even though they can't reproduce, they might want to do other things.
Okay. When I say you can't, no. Everyone is sterile. Everyone's like Barbie and Ken. Okay.
Yeah.
There's no holes. There's not.
Oh, there's no.
No, there's no holes except for like the mouth because y'all eat with that. No, so what I'm saying is, right, other than for sex or procreation purposes, right? Like if you had to
I feel like you're
cheating.
I feel like you cheating with the game. I was cool when you said the sterile part, but now you said Barbie and Ken, like we got nada.
You know why? Because the reason why is because he said, hey, sometimes you need women. So I want to know that, okay, listen, let's put you into an emergency survival type situation for life. Y'all are gonna have to rebuild all of life in society. Would you put women on your team? Not because men need a sexual release. Not because but it's not. You know why?
You just said a key word. You said build a society. Part of building a society is having kids.
Yeah, gotta reproduce.
That's true. That is true.
But, no, have you ever played the game? There used to be this game, okay? And it was called, I think it's called Villagers, or the Village or something. And it was a computer game. And so you start off with maybe 10 villagers, and you have very limited resources, very limited skills, very limited energy. And basically you can kill off your villagers or you can slowly build. And the important thing to note here, though, is that the more that you built up your resources as far as how you access food and your shelters and stuff like that, the more you were actually able to bear children. So in my imaginary scenario, right, until y'all built something, right, and it was stable, you wouldn't be able to have children, just like in the Villagers game. So with that being said, though, right? And this is why it's important, because I'm like, you can always throw women in there and say, well, yeah, because we're sexually attracted to them, or well, because they bear children. But I'm saying not just for those reasons. Outside of those reasons, take away those reasons for a second. Would you have women on your team to build a society?
Okay, so we can't have kids, and you're asking because of that, will we still choose to have a male or female on the team of 12?
Yes.
I would have to say no.
So you would have what, all men?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
What about
we're
you, Deuce?
Purely from a survival point of view, like if I'm trapped on an island, like if it's an episode of Lost, right? We all trapped on an island. It's 12 of
Best
us.
scenario. Go ahead, sir.
We have to survive, right? We're never getting off. We're never getting off the island. We can't reproduce anyway, right?
Mhm.
For survival purposes, I'm sorry, you're gonna need if that's your lot in life. I'm gonna need the hunter gatherers. There's nothing, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, that's just what it is. Like, if you're not there to have children, child rear, and maintain the village, you know what I'm saying? Like, like in the rear, like while we out hunting gathering, then you might as well just have hunter gatherers. Because as far as cooking, I don't need you to cook. I can light a fire and cook whatever animal that I got caught. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
Well, actually, so and I do plan on later on, right? Eventually, we're gonna actually review this, because a lot of people refer to the island with Bear Grylls. A lot of people refer to this. I hear Kevin Samuels refer to it a lot and whatever, and they talk about the critical mistakes that women made and how women had to be bailed out. And they keep missing the critical mistakes that men made, the groups of men. Not the least of which is the fact that the men had to be bailed out in the same season they say the women did, much earlier than the women, because they were gonna die because of fire. In every single season, the men seriously struggled with making fire. It was not a problem that the women had. So it's clearly in hunter-gatherer societies, when we're talking about 10,000 years ago, women were the ones who set the fires and are more adept at doing so. That's thing number one. But the women are also more adept at some other things in hunter-gatherer societies. I don't think that in this day and age, because we're so out of touch with, living like on the land, living on, just the land with just our own means. I don't think we're really in touch with the fact that, men did more than just, kill animals and, use their brute strength. And I think we don't really know that women did more than just bear babies and, stir a pot. Like, we actually do have other skills. Like,
no, I agree that
well, what are they? Like,
critical
as I'm curious to know. I just know if you put me on an island, I'm trying to survive, right? And I'm sorry, this is my philosophy. I go into a fight, right? Because I had a friend of mine got into a fight. He got seriously hurt. I was like, man, what made you think that it was a fair fight when you went in there? Because it was basically you versus 4 other people, right? Now he ended up winning, but he was hurt pretty bad. And I was like, oh, well, I wasn't by myself. My girl was with me. So you felt, so what did you think? You thought the odds was now 50-50? It was 4 on, I'm sorry, you thought it was 2 on 4? My man, it was still 1 on 4. She was of no assistance.
Well,
like, you know what I'm saying?
Actually, yeah. No, I was just going to say that's actually a major reason why it is that women developed and evolved so many very specific skills that they are able to do so much, because the men are stronger, right? They have more brute strength, which means they were going to be in more brute strength, dangerous situations, which means they were more likely to die off, right? Let's be real. Women therefore are better when we're talking about problem solving for food, as far as hunting and gathering. Well, women are better trappers than men are naturally. Not hunters, not fighting down a lion, but trapping small game, right? They are better at being able to identify not just different fruits and veg and other types of agriculture like that are edible and safe to eat based on color alone, because women can see more colors. And that's why women can see more colors, actually, is literally to be able to identify food groups.
Are you going by what statistics is telling you now? Because that would make more sense now if that was the case. But if you're giving us a scenario of, again, because the scenario, I don't want us like kind of lean over a little bit, because the scenarios for guys who cannot reproduce and and what the 12 we would pick. So the 12, on my end, it's like, hey, all men only because of the survival needs, because based on what history has shown. And it's kind of sucks because even in history in the past, women was placed in position of where to do the homely duties, to nurture, stuff like that, where men was out to do the hunter gatherers. So now it's coming to the part now, excuse me, where we see a lot of modern women now is out there, using guns, using rifles, hunting, serving the country, all that good stuff. So now it might lean up to that, but it's kind of, I say give it like some more 100 years to be like, okay, now we're in that equal playing field where women is like, okay, well, maybe they can be on that same playing field like that. So that's why I can't speak for dudes, but that's where it's like the mindset of instantly I'm thinking, okay, if we can't reproduce and we're talking about survival now, yeah, then it would be just it would just me and 11 other men.
And I
Well,
have
the
to
reason
agree with
why,
you. I would have to agree with that because women, we're much weaker than men. Like even building, we hurt ourselves more. Men are made strong so they can do those type of things. We were made dainty so we can make sandwiches and nurture and cook and clean and take care of the kids. That's what we're there for. So I
well, the
think
thing
men,
is that 10,000 years ago, I actually see things exactly the opposite from
Okay.
Angelus. And that is to say that now overall society is very weak, and stuff like guns literally makes people weaker and less effective, right? So what I'm looking at are our evolved traits as humans, both men and women. What are men and women just naturally? What did we evolve to be great at? What's one thing that men evolved to be really great at? It's something called dead reckoning. Have you heard of it?
Yes.
The
mm,
game.
Yeah.
what is it? I'm sorry.
Dead reckoning.
Okay.
You talk about like land navigation.
Yes, right.
Yes.
So
So
it's
that recommendation is going in one straight line, like saying like that's the point that I'm going and getting there.
right, and being able to pick the shortest, straightest distance to get there, and also to be able to return. Right, men are better at finding their way back. Men are better at picking the shortest distance. Men have just natural navigation; it's built into their brains. Men are very good at that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does that tell you about 10,000 years ago? It tells you that men were going out in packs to hunt for big game, right? Probably for days, right? Because they're trying to get far away from camp, because obviously you're not going to set up camp next to the lions and tigers and bears, right? And then to bring back big game to feed the village. So in those days that the men were gone, right, who was taking care of the camp? Who was getting the water and sterilizing the water and getting small game and getting the fruits and vegetables and taking care of everything, repairs, whatnot, while the men were gone? The women were, right? So I think the thing is that when we're looking at like evolved natural skills, our actual abilities, right? We're not tapping into any of them. I mean, especially, really no one is tapping into their skills. Women naturally can do things that they don't do these days as modern women, right? They don't cook, right? They don't clean, they don't nurture, they
Mhm.
don't. I mean, they're looking to be boss. Everything's about being the boss, the boss, the boss, the boss. I'm a boss bee. I'm a boss bee. Broke dudes don't deserve no kitty. I know that's right, right? Like that's what everything is about, right? And so they're not actually tapping into who they are naturally. And so we're not actually seeing proficiency skill sets. And so on one side, I understand why men look at women these days and go, she couldn't do nothing in a survival scenario. I understand that. But the reality is we evolved differently than the way we behave today.
Hmm. So what do you
Uh,
guys
I,
have to say?
I
Yeah,
agree
what do
with
you have to
that
say?
part, but I agree with that. Evolving now. What else you got? What you about to say? I'm sorry, I had cut you off.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no, I was just asking, like, what do you guys have to say about that? Because I agree to a certain extent, but not really. That's not what we were put here to do.
I agree with that.
You know, that's just not ladylike. Like hunting and all of that, that's for the
I,
men to do.
I will say this because just to play this little devil advocate and just be neutral on the offense. If that's what you want to do as a woman, just understand when you come and to that point, say, hey, I want a husband or I want a exclusive boyfriend, and you start getting out in that dating market. understand what you have to do that. And I give an example for us, the boss babe thing, right? Friend of mine, she literally makes over 100K. She pays, she's never gonna get nothing back from the government as far as taxes goes, which is frustrating her. All her kids is grown and adults in college, very successful. Kudos for her. But she has struggles with dating. So my suggestion for her was, hey, why don't you kind of like dumb down on the bracket on the financial side and get a guy, and not saying necessarily you be the man, but at least that man would be more flexible with your time, because clearly anybody making over 80 and 100K, you're busy as fuck. That's just what it is, right? So her instant response, no, I want somebody to make it just as much and I do, blah blah. I say, oh, excuse me, because now I feel offended, because I know I don't make no 80 and 100K. Because if I was, trust me, I'll be wherever, anywhere I want to be. I'll be living the best life my imagination can go with on a positive level and planting seeds. So that's an example right there. It's like people refuse to, I'm not gonna say people, but a lot of majority of women doesn't see that option. But it's kind of messed up when guys can be okay, like, look, you know what? She might not be the best looking as everybody thinks of, but she treating me well. You know what I'm saying? Or she's the hottest chick ever. She might not have all the skill sets that Classic Ruby just mentioned, but you know what? She got my back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Men is so easily just like, you know what? Let me dumb down some scenarios. Let me negotiate in my mind and still keep that woman and keep it going. A lot of women's not gonna do that. We had a conversation on my stream one time where one guy brought up, he said a woman can ask for everything for the man. He could be the soulmate, this and that third. And the next thing you know, out the blue, she just look at him like, you know what? I'm just not feeling you no more. And then when he doesn't know this or realize it, and he's like asking her, come to the point to he gets to the point now he's begging her, he's crying to her. He's like, what did I do wrong? And you know what her response would be? I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Well, I guess we got to read the super
Super
chat.
chat, right.
Check this out. Thank you so much. Confessions in Therapy for this $2. And he says, keep up the good work, Melody. Not Ruby
Thank
though. You
you.
see?
I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you even if you didn't mention Ruby. Okay.
Right.
No,
We are a team, so yeah.
I'm kidding. But you know what? Listen, I can't even believe I'm going to say this because I feel like me and Mr. Know-It-All almost agree on nothing. But Mr. Know-It-All said something that I think is very true. And he said, nah, securing resources is for men and women. This modern notion that women can't and shouldn't put in work gaining resources for the family is a modern invention and illogical. And I agree with that. It's an incredibly modern invention as far as our existence over the last 10,000 years, right? What's hilarious about that, and this is why I think feminism is just so self-defeating, right, is it's a modern invention. It's not natural. And yet somehow women have managed to turn the tables in such a way where for looking cute and shaking a hip and batting an eye, they can literally sit on their laurels and do nothing. And they're fighting tooth and nail, right, to disrespect the men who would give them that lap of luxury. Now, I am not one of those women. I like my lap of luxury. I am very lazy. I don't like working, amongst other things, right? I don't like doing things I don't have to do, right? I would never complain about being a woman in this society because I think I'm very privileged, right?
Easy.
Yeah, I think we have it very easy. And I don't think it's naturally, we evolved actually for it to be this easy. And I think if we had a zombie apocalypse or something, we would all find out real fast that guess what? The people who try to adhere to this new age, newfangled mindset of women are child bearers and stir soup and men do everything else, those are the populations that are going to die off. And the populations that start falling to what it is that we really evolved to do are the ones who are going to be the most successful. If you watch The Island by Bear Grylls, I've watched every single season now. what you'll actually see why this is true, especially in the cases where they do mixed groups of men and women, or when the men and women are separated at first and then find each other, then you start actually seeing this. There's an initial belief system. The men are like, oh, the women are going to be useless. They're going to be extra work. They're not going to this. They're not going to that. And initially, the women go along with that, and they go, okay, well, we'll just sit back. And so they're almost dying now because it's 3-4 days. They can't start a fire. Blah 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 blah. Can't find food. Can't this. Can't that. And then when the women decide to take some initiative and accountability, right now they decide to go off traipsing off into the woods. They start a fire, no problem. They trap animals, no problem. They are able to forage because, again, our minds are made to forage, and to be able to see those differences, slight differences in browns that would indicate a tree root versus a yucca root, for example, right? Our brains are made that way. Women see 1 billion times more colors than men do, and that's why, right? But we don't use those skills, and we have convinced ourselves that they're not necessary. And what I think is worse is for those of us who recognize, I mean women, who recognize, no, we do have more skills and abilities than that. We are using it as a dominance, ego, power thing. Like, well, because I can do this, therefore men are lesser somehow. And I think that that's really the problem that we're looking at today in society. So let me ask y'all a question. Do you guys think that the women who are, I know we talked about intelligence, but do you think that the women who are just more skilled physically, they're stronger, they're better at doing physical things and whatnot, do you think that those women are less good at being girlfriends and wives?
I'll let you go, Deuce, and I'll go ahead.
No, like women that are more. I think, like I said, it's very individual. It's based on the individual. Like, yeah, you see some commonalities among certain career fields and education levels and areas and stuff like that. But like, just because a woman is more physically like endowed, like I don't think that really plays a part. It's not like she's running around with an abundance of testosterone. She's trying to like punch dudes in the face. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't see female boxers get into fights with male boxers. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't. I don't think that really plays a part. I think back to what you said about feminism. What feminism gave, like in every example that you gave, what feminism gave women as a whole, going back 140 years, is choice. It gave them the choice to take a more assertive role in society or to be able to rest on their laurels. Men don't have that choice. And when we do, it's a bad thing. So now a woman can't be, a woman can't be judged for wanting to take a more active role and more masculine role in the workplace, you know what I'm saying, being in charge and being a boss and stuff like that. But at the same time, when she doesn't want to work anymore, she could find a husband and say, oh, I want to be a housewife now. I don't want to work anymore. This is your job. Men don't have that choice, because if I sat there and I got a woman that made $150,000 and made double my income, I'm not going to be able to be like, oh, hey, we're good with your income. I'm going to just stay home and be a house husband. The first thing they're going to be is like, not in here.
Yeah. They're going to be like, I'll wear the pants in this relationship. They're not going to let that fly.
That becomes a problem.
Yeah. And that's what feminism has done.
Yeah, so that's what men don't have a choice. I don't think that it's necessarily. I think it really comes down to how women are raised and what their formative years look like. Because if you're not, if you don't have good examples of a woman being cooperative and a good example of a woman taking a more traditional role in a household, then it's foreign to you. It's a foreign concept. You've never seen it. This is the difference between like growing up north and then coming down south. It's two totally different women. You know what I mean? My southern grandma and my New York grandma are when it comes to relationships, are two totally different women.
Right. Yeah.
And how they deal with men, and how they talk to men, and how they speak about men.
Everything. But that leads me into my next subject. Because they say a lot of women down south are overweight more than up north. And that's another problem we have in our community. Overweight women. 80% of Black women are overweight. What are your thoughts on that? Let's start with
I'll take this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Angela.
Because I'm in
Yeah.
the South, like I'm currently in the South, and I'm, like I said, I still represent Jersey every time. I mean, it is what it is, man. uh, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird, like to even like the body shame on that level is if people is thinking that, but guys would still go ahead and sleep with them. It is redundant, but yeah, I personally don't see. I feel like it's a balance on both ends because on the weight part, because I know a lot of overweight, quote unquote, thick or fat women up the north, just like I see a lot in the South. Uh,
Yeah. Women
yeah,
in
like
general, Black
yeah,
women in general, 80%.
I have to read those stats because that's just weird. I mean,
No.
if it depends on what area I'm living in. Yeah, I'm gonna see more overweight women than back to the age, but there's a lot of like say 35 and between 18 and 35, there's not no overweight women like that. The areas that I seen, you know what I'm saying? Anything
What?
Well,
yeah.
let me ask a question about overweight to you, because here's the problem. There is some issue with a little bit. Now, I'm not saying when women who are 300 pounds overweight say, but Black
Mhm.
women are made differently, that they're not full of it. But what I am saying is that Black women are more muscular, right? And so there is a weight differential there, first of all. Second of all, Black men tend to like their women with a little bit more curve. That means women who technically fall into the overweight category, they might still visually be very sexually appealing,
Yeah.
right? And so from that matter, it's probably when we're talking about overweight where you're like, nah, they got a big belly, they
Well,
slop me
I
now,
know,
whatever. It's
yeah,
probably
I
lower than
yeah,
that,
I know
right?
that I know, I mean, it's a fact that far as the Black community that we do have the highest rate of diabetes
Mm-hmm.
and overweight. So that is true. Um,
Mhm.
but my thought on that was just pretty much it comes down to like what you said, is just how we was raised up. Like, and then if we want to go a little bit deeper in it, and plus the type of communities we in, and with the how the system set up is like it's forcing us to stay, with the high blood pressure, diabetes, and overweight. So it's like there's no escape except for you got to work on your mindset to say, hey, either I'm gonna get out or find ways while I'm already residing within them confines of that to try to focus on myself. I got a friend the same way, and I'm like, when I realized that, I'm like, okay, so you're in an urban area, that hey, uh, 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 KFC's around the corner, and on your right, McDonald's right here. So what are you going to do? You're tempted because hey, it's $2. It's a $2 meal here, a $10 meal for a big bucket, but you don't want to take the extra 30-minute walk or the extra 5-minute drive or the
Mm.
extra $3 to go get something more healthy and organic. So it's like the temptation is strong for them, but you have to work on your mindset to get out of that. That's what I think about it.
You know what? It's not really part of our community. It's not really part of our culture to be overweight. Because if you go back and look at old Soul Train shows and
Oh yeah,
everything from back in the day, we
it's
weren't
fit.
like this.
Yeah.
We were in shape, so that's
But
definitely
see,
not part of.
that's what it comes back to. Like I said, how if you want to say the man or how society works out, like now, like them same little areas you can name, liquor store here, a little fast food restaurant here, a fast food spot there, something like totally unhealthy there, even like the little food stands, everything's in that area. You know what I'm saying? For them to to make a buck, but for us to hurt and harm. And that's the difference we got to separate ourselves from. Like I said, you're from Jersey. I don't know if you've been in Essex County. I can name
Yeah,
like I can
five
name just
minutes away.
okay, cool. So
I'm
Springfield
living.
Avenue, McDonald's, Burger King,
Yeah,
five spot. I can literally count from the top of my head 5 strip clubs around the block on Irvington
yeah.
Park.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
White
so
Castle's still there.
White Castle there. We still got what do you call that? Ambassadors on
Mm-hmm.
Springfield Ave.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call that? I'm sorry. Applebee's is still over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
right on
there you go.
Springfield Ave.
And that's an urban society. But now if you take it back 50, 60 years ago, from what I was told, even Elizabeth same way now, just bad, all the fast food and anything else. But from what I was told 50 to 100 years ago, it was all suburban area.
Right.
so what you have to realize what changed over the last like 100 years
Mm-hmm.
is the like our person like my great grandmother, right? My great grandmother was small her entire life. Why? Because they had a different convention when it came to eating. They didn't eat three
Uh-huh.
meals a day. They didn't eat meat every day. Also, this whole like 3 meals a day, carbs. But back in the day, it was you got a protein, a starch, and a vegetable. That was it. You know what I'm saying? And you had a normal portion. One, our portions have quadrupled. That's why people's weight have quadrupled because it's going up in relation to the portion sizes. You know what I'm saying? Like you look at about the average
Uh-huh.
portion of American meal. I'm over here in Europe. You look, the portion size are significantly smaller than
Uh-huh.
they are in the United States. So that's one thing that contributes to it. Another thing that contributes to like why women in the South are a little bit heftier than women up north. You have to realize we are Black Americans are a product of selective breeding. We were specifically bred when the United States um, stopped the importation of slaves. What the model that they switched to was breeding. So they would get a woman that had certain big legs, thick legs, a little bit heavier, and they would get a bigger, more muscular guy, and they would make big children, right? They would make muscular, and hopefully the boys would be muscular and the girls would be big. Evolutionarily, we see thicker women as men are always going to be attracted to thicker women because we feel that thicker women can bear more children. It's a biological imperative, right? And so it's the idea is that's why they have that term childbirthing hips because now it's seen that that woman can one survive the rigors of childbirth and the child can survive because you got to remember before the last 100 years the infant mortality rate was so high. So this is why you had to like kind of look at a woman and be like, yeah, I think that this woman will be able to bear me a lot of children because a skinny girl might and the kid with her. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of like the evolutionary aspect of it. Why these big girls still are getting, attention.
Right. But they get
Well,
more attention in the South, I noticed. Is that true to you guys?
I
Part of the
believe
culture.
so. Yeah, yeah.
It's always been there. Like that's and you gotta think that happened in the South, right? A
Mhm.
lot of contrary to popular belief, a lot of black people after slavery, there was a huge migration up north, but some people stayed in the same town, right? So guess what? Those old time mindsets still persist. You know what I'm saying? So if your great great grandfather had a thick wife, his wife, he got a thick wife, then the next one got a thick wife. You know what I'm saying? All the women in your family have always been thick, and you're going to be conditioned to always look for thicker women.
but you know
That's
what?
awesome.
Part of that actually comes down to food choices, right? Because you're passing down culture, and a big part of culture is food
Well, it could,
preparation,
I was
diet
very
habits and choices and whatever, right? And so a big thing, like there's a woman I love her on YouTube, and her channel's called My Thoughts Will Probably Offend You. And she comes from generational overweightness, and she was overweight too until her teens. In fact, to the point where and she comes from this community of people who say no. Black women are meant to have more meat on them. Black women are meant to be overweight. She lost
Mhm.
a little bit of weight and was still overweight, and people were telling her she's starting to look anorexic. So I mean, now she's like into fitness and stuff. But the point is that there's this belief system that at the end of the day we think it's like, oh well, we are just naturally made this way. It's actually not true. The
Mhm.
thing that we evolve or that men evolve to find attractive in women is not overweightness. It's the waist to hip ratio. It's evolved in your brain. We haven't evolved in 10,000 years. So it's the waist to hip
thicker.
ratio, right?
That's what I
Right
said.
now,
Childbirth hips.
but childbirthing hips, but that has nothing to do with you overall being overweight, right? As in fact, if anything, the more overweight you are, the more you throw off that proportion because your midsection starts getting bigger, right? And it starts getting bigger in faster than your hips, and your booty are going to get bigger. So that's thing number one. The thing that what we don't realize sometimes is that the thing that we are attracted to when we're seeing the overweightness, it's not really necessarily a race thing, it's a poverty thing. Because, when you're impoverished, you're starving, you can't afford to be overweight. You can't afford to eat what you want, right? And sometimes you can't afford to eat at all. And so, if you are born and raised in a scarcity mindset in a family full of the scarcity mindset, and then you see someone who is the spitting image of abundance and overabundance, right? Well, then you think that's attractive because it feels like it's a sign like back when they used to do, and I think it's the Renaissance era, right? It was a sign of being wealthy in the Renaissance era to be able to be overweight because no one else could afford to be overweight. Right. And so it's like a throwback to that idea that, well, you know what, you can afford to be that overweight girl. You can afford to have those thick hips. You can afford to, but that's not really what it is. In this day and age, you know, the wealthiness, the healthness, and whatever really has to do with you not being overweight, with you having muscle, with you having, you know, that type of build, because then you actually have the luxury of taking the time to work out and to sleep right and to eat right and all of that. So, you know, I think sometimes what we need to do is stop, you know, relying on some of these outdated modalities that keep getting passed down and recondition ourselves, reculture ourselves to look at the reality for what it is, see it for what it is, and assess it based on what it is, not what on some other thing. Because
Right.
the fact is, it's not true. It's not true that you look at someone who is overweight, whose midsection is bigger than their hips, and you go, ooh, that's sexy. And that's a naturally evolved thing. It's just not.
Okay, so real quick, thanks for that, Ruby. We're going to read the super chats. Go, Professor. Thank you. He said, been locked into your channel. I appreciate the convo. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank
And
you.
Game Changer. Go ahead, Ruby. You can read this one.
Game Changer said, men are better at all non-sexual things. Why, thank you, Game Changer.
Thank you. And we actually have Game Changer up here. Hi, Game Changer.
How are you doing?
Welcome.
So
Hey.
yeah, I came up to talk about the super chat that I just made, and also I came up to talk to about the fat issue. The thing about the about fat women and perspectives and stuff like that. And I agree with Ruby when she say there's an economic factor to it, but I disagree on what's causing the economic factor. You see, when you're poor, a cheap thrill is the only thrill you can afford. Therefore, you want to go for the lowest hanging fruit. And the lowest hanging fruit are fat women. Why? Because they weigh more on the branches. Listen, they just take what they can get. They don't have the sophistication and discernment. Kind of like prisoners like prison food. You eat what you can get, and when you're broke, you get fat chicks. And now they pretend like they like it. They try to put lingerie on it. I didn't even know they had big girl lingerie. They try to spice it up and all that and everything like that. But at the end of the day, you're poor, and this is the only woman that's willing to F you. That is what it comes down to. That is the only economic connection to it. Now, furthermore, about men are better at all non-sexual things, and women are better at sexual things and the byproducts thereof, including children. That is it. Be happy to be good at that. But no, absent that, you're useless. And you know it. Stop trying to say, "Oh, I gather my berries is redder than yours." I don't want to hear that crap.
Yeah.
Listen. We can gather better than you can hunt. There was this TS person who decided to join the women's Olympics, and he became in the first place. And when he was in the men's Olympics, he was like 439. It's ridiculous how much better we are than you at stuff. At stuff. Just put at X, and X equals everything that don't require a vagina. Just admit it and be happy. Be grateful for your vagina and the stuff that come out of it. And know that that's your use and use it.
If you lack
Women are
the
good
natural
at
ability, Game Changer, if you lack the natural ability to be able to see the difference between a poisonous green apple and another green apple, because you literally cannot see the difference between those two colors of green, then you can't be better than women at being able to differentiate those two things, right? Because otherwise, shape and other factors are going to be similar. Same thing with red berries. I mean, at the end of the day, women are better than men at some things based on the way we
Yeah, but see,
evolved, just like men are better than
No,
women at
no,
hold
some
on,
things
hold on,
based
hold
on
on,
the
hold on,
way
hold on,
men
hold on, hold
evolved.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Absolutely.
no. No. Granted, women have a better visual acuity. That's why y'all go around saying that these is ruby pumps and these are red pumps when we just see red. I get it. But it doesn't come down to the slight difference in variation of a barrier or something like that. And if so, I don't care because I eat meat and that's what men do. Look what you're talking about your berries and stuff like that. Stop trying to add non-sexual uses to yourself. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to give a value to women and womankind other than making more men. Period.
You know you need berries to
Like that
survive.
like that tribe of women that tried to conquer the world. And what's the name of that tribe? Nothing. Why? Because they never tried to pull no crap like that. Why? Because they understand what their vaginas is made for. My penis. Stop trying to like do other stuff, Ruby. Maximize the stuff that you do. And that
you know that you can't just survive on just meat alone, right? Like humans need carbohydrates, they need fruits and vegetables, they need meat.
Yeah, but he's using that as a metaphor.
You are behaving as if everything has like a look-alike poisonous counterpart to where only a woman can tell the difference. Like there's a poisonous carrot out there that looks just like a regular carrot to a man's eye. No, that's bullshit. And you know it.
That's literally why we developed visual acuity.
No. There isn't.
Yes.
This is not Cinderella. There isn't a poison apple that grows on the same tree as a regular apple, and men can't tell the difference. That's bullshit. You're trying to add worth to something that is a very, very, very little worth. I mean, because you know, the woman who can't have kids still can give head. But she's far less valuable than a woman that can breed a son to hunt for me when I get old.
Okay, but that still doesn't actually change the fact that, fine, we live in this very posh, pampered society today where everything is basically handed to us and everything we need, we can just go to the grocery store and buy, right? Again, I'm not talking about that. I already said overall, I think society is too pampered and lazy, and is definitely not in touch with what their basic inherent skills are. But if we had a zombie apocalypse tomorrow, we got stranded on an island tomorrow, right? Suddenly these things we evolved to be good at or bad at are going to come into play, right? So right now, it doesn't matter that men have a natural barometer or compass in their brains and women don't, because everyone has a damn GPS on their phone, right? But if that were to all disappear, the fact that men's natural dead reckoning, their natural compass in their head is far superior to women's, means that men should always be the navigators. Right? Like that's just what it is. Otherwise, women are just going to walk around in circles, constantly lost, constantly not understanding why they're lost. I mean, at the end of the day, women are good at some things, men are good at some things, and it's because of the way our brains evolved, because of the functions that we had.
I get that women are good at some things, and what I'm saying is those things take place below the waist. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. You are good at some things. We are better at all the things that you are good at that aren't sexual.
I agree.
And yes, a lot of things are a lot less useful now. I understand that. That doesn't change the fact that we are better at stuff. This society that you talk about that has made us pampered was made by us. It was made by men. The dishwasher that washes your dishes, the microwave that waves your food, all the good stuff was made by men, you know? And that's what we're good at. And we are making more stuff. Why? Because penis. And but your contribution is necessary. Your contribution is definitely necessary. When the Vikings went on and Viking in places, they bought a few women and stuff like that, but they knew equal male chauvinism. I don't know how to shovel anything. I live in the city. What are you talking? Anyway.
You're an idiot. I don't know how to chauvin anything.
Hey, youngies. Just read the super chat before we go any further. And everybody, make sure you hit the like button. All the new people, hit that bell. Okay, so Gold Professor, thank you.
Thank you.
He says, okay, being that you see more colors, this would mean you're greedy. Wait, I'm sorry. I don't have my computer, so I can't see. Wait, hold on, let me say it again. Okay, being that you see more colors, this would mean you're greedy. Would be prevalent, right?
Exactly.
Who sells more, men or women?
They can spot counterfeit dollars. That's what she's really trying to say. Like the modern women can spot counterfeit dollars, so they know if somebody is fake flossing.
Right.
That is that what you meant, Gold Professor? Honestly, I think what you meant to say was that your greed would be prevalent, correct? But I still don't understand the question.
I didn't.
If you could ask it again, and we'll put it up.
Yeah, I was locked onto the last question. It's like who spends more, men or women? Like, does it even make a point? Like it
Yeah, I
doesn't
really.
give me a point.
Wait, let
I
me
don't
read
think
it
it's
again.
about
Maybe I
who
missed
spends
something.
more.
Okay.
Hold
I hold on. I don't think for me, right, when I answer this question, it's not about who spends more, it's about what they're spending on. That I
on.
think
Right.
we need to focus on, right? Because, first of all, what percentage of their net worth or income are they spending, and what are they spending it on, right?
Mhm.
Because like, who cares if one person spends more if what they bought was invested in a reliable car, and they bought a house, and they got some stocks, and they got some real estate, like that's different than wasting your money on clothes and shoes and hair, or whatever, right? So I
Mhm.
will say, from what I have seen, this is just my observation. I don't actually have numbers or facts or statistics on it. What I have seen overall is, when we're talking about single women versus single men, this is people without children. Okay. Women tend to spend more when they are single, and men tend to spend, when they're spending more, like on the women that they're dating. But generally, what I've seen, especially in this younger population, you're single, you have no kids and whatever, women are willing to spend more, right? They're spending more on keeping up with the Joneses. It's very important to them to keep up with the Joneses. Their hair is always absolutely immaculate, their nails are immaculate, their feet are immaculate, their clothes are immaculate, everything's immaculate, right? And they're not thinking about the future, tomorrow, where they're going to live tomorrow, whatever, right? So they're spending a lot of money, not necessarily investing. I think that when we're seeing in slightly older populations, when we start seeing the younger men start to spend more, but again, they're not spending on the personal stuff as much. This is when they start spending more on things like, I should get me a house, I should get me a car, I should start establishing and owning stuff of my own. And so what I've seen, the trend is that men won't spend for a long time, and then they'll make big purchases. And women will spend constantly to constantly keep up with the season, with the trends, with the Joneses. That's what I've seen. So I don't know.
I've seen the same, but I've also seen men buying jewelry, buying cars to impress women. So it's like when the men spend the money, it's only to impress the women. Do you
Yeah, it's not really about
see
women
this?
on some level. Yeah.
Right.
Not some level, all levels.
All right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everything men, ASAP Rocky said this, and if you expound on it, it's very true. Everything he said, everything I do for women. I take showers for women. I wear cologne for women. I bathe for women. I'm successful for women. I make money for women. Everything a man really does is to attract a member of the fairer sex. This is why men
Mhm.
go and get that, like, finish their education. This is why they go get high paying jobs. Things to make us more attractive to the opposite sex and to
Agreed.
outperform the people we competing against. It's peacocking. So that's where the jury comes in. This is why this is where all the jury and the flamboyance comes from, because you're trying
Mhm.
to get female attention.
I agree.
Exactly.
I think that society
Mm-hmm.
really pushes for men and women to be separate because it
I
encourages
agree.
spending. Married men don't really have a need to peacock, so to speak, because
I agree.
yeah,
Even back to that, it was something earlier they mentioned about, like, I guess men going overseas and stuff like that, geo magazine type thing.
Mhm.
It's you don't have to. It's like less is more up there on that end versus here. It's like more is going to get more. That's their mindset. But then when you get that woman when I already peacocked, then it's like, okay, now I got to give even more. Now it's okay. Now the pressure of exclusiveness, living in my home, marriage. Now I divorce. It's a lot. So
exactly. I mean, and it's just when you look at birds. I mean, since we're talking about peacocking, some birds are better and more beautiful than others. I mean,
mhm,
Mhm.
look at a vulture. Just look at it. If you was a
mhm.
male vulture, would you really want to be with a female vulture? Nope. No, you wouldn't. You want a female peacock or a parakeet or something like that because they're better at being birds. So yeah, I agree.
What?
You, huh?
Wait, hold on. How are female peacocks better at being birds?
Because the purpose
They're
of being
prettier.
the
No,
yeah,
they're not.
exactly. Yes, they are.
Male male peacocks are the ones who have the beautiful feathers.
They're prettier than the
Female
female
birds
peacock,
are
and you
brown.
know it. They are prettier than the female peacock, or than the female vultures, and you know it. You know it.
Well,
Yeah, he
I
was
think they're
comparing
just
peacocks and
ugly.
vultures. He says this
Yeah,
is why you don't get a vulture, you get a
Yeah,
peacock instead of
exactly.
a vulture.
I
Mhm.
wasn't comparing male peacocks to female peacocks. I was comparing female
Oh,
peacocks to female vultures.
Yeah, he
That's the
wasn't saying
thing.
a literal
I don't
sense. Yeah,
I don't go to Brazil looking at the men. I don't. Maybe the men are hotter than the women there. I wouldn't know. But the
and wouldn't
women,
care and don't care neither. And don't
yeah,
care.
yeah, and don't care exactly.
GC's answers to everything are priceless. Sorry, go
Like,
ahead.
no.
Yeah.
Right.
So
So
my point is that
okay.
some places have better stuff. Like Nebraska got better corn. If like I was a corn connoisseur and just some jackass that go around, biting corn and comparing the difference, I would live in Nebraska because that's where the corn's at. And Florida is where the oranges is at. And Wisconsin is where the cheese is at. See, you go to the places where the thing you like is there. And the West is not where the beautiful submissive women are. That's why people go other places.
And nothing wrong with that.
And there's nothing
Mhm.
wrong with that, absolutely.
So, Great Pill, you didn't know what SYSBM stood for, did you, when I said it?
No, I just knew the other last terminology because on the other end they say geomaxing, meaning you're traveling more, geomaxing, traveling lots, and yeah. So,
Yeah. Well, it means save yourself, black men.
oh my,
Yeah. So black men are pretty much trying to save themselves from the women of the West. So that's why they're going over there. But
that's every man. I can't speak for every man, but that's the majority of men I spoke to and heard. Even the expats and places I studied to try to travel abroad. That's all they say. Like, hey, we said it earlier, more submissive, or I mean, Game Changer said it best. Like, hey, if you know you're going somewhere else and you're gonna get more value for it, it's the little is less is more. So if you're going over Philippines, Germany, Southeast Asia, Mexico, or Brazil,
mhm,
my thing is just hey, just still vet wisely, but it's more of an option there for those men because those women are like, look, they don't know the whole 100% value currency like we have. Like if I say I make 30 and a Game Changer making 50, his money gonna stretch a little bit longer and his reach gonna be a little bit more different than mine. You know what I'm saying? How he carry himself. But if I'm
mhm,
making 30 something a year and I'm going up there to Colombia and stuff like that, oh, trust me, they're gonna think I'm a guy. They're gonna appreciate me a little bit more better. But the
mhm.
forefront is I need to vet properly too. So she's
Right.
not there for my money, but I know if she's gonna there's a better chance I'm gonna find a more humble and more submissive woman.
Mhm.
Those are those guys. So Charlie said it
Right.
best. Go where go in your area, do the homework. If you're saying Cali not it, because there's a lot, it might be more women out there, but a lot of women in California is a little bit like, hey, all about the glitter, the glams, the BBLs, and all that stuff.
Mhm.
So, and it's a lot of little toxicity because quote unquote, you know what I'm saying? My wifey Mika, my YouTube partner, she says that a lot. I got a mod that's in Cali too. I hear it a lot. It's like, yo, women, it's too phony. They'll smile in your face and do all this. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, but I do notice, like, even with the Mexicans here, like, they're men, they're working for pennies. They're not making that much over here
Mm-hmm.
where I'm at. But they're still submissive to their men. They still cook, they still clean, they still have kids and nurture the kids, and they live a
Oh,
beautiful life.
they hold their cultures, their values. And I don't want to knock off black people. Like we'll mess up we'll kick our own man on the feet just to get that extra dollar. But they still have
Right.
this. I knew a buddy, and it still holds to this day. I knew a buddy I was working with when I was in I think it was in Roselle Park, and I went to go pick him up so we can go to get to work together. And him and his family pretty much like this brand new car, but guess what? All of them was like living in his house, pitched in together, got this one car, and then just for the next person get a second car, and then so on, so on, so on. That's how they work out. You know, me, Deuce, and the Game Changer, it probably didn't work out like that unless we have that same mindset, that same goal coming in. But if we came up differently and we met in that one spot, he got his goal, I got his goal, Deuce got his goal. It's like now it's clashing.
Yeah.
Actually, it does work, and it does work for Black people, and it has worked for me. We did the roommate thing, and there exist Black fraternity houses and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But however, there is a large percentage of the female population who demand a guy at 18 or something have, his own 2-story home with a high luxury automobile or some crap like that. And it's
Wow.
because of these demands that brothers are trying to get as close to that as possible, just to get basic sexual attention.
Wow.
Can I ask a question, Angelus? I would like you to answer on behalf of Minka since she's not here. But it is actually one of the questions I wanted to ask her. Right, because
Sure.
she's beautiful. She's thin. She looks like she's that upper echelon, upper tier woman. So do you know, does she have these kind of more modern demands of men? Like, does she need a man who's driving a certain type of car, like a Mercedes, and making over 80K and da 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 da? Like, have you ever heard her speak on these issues, or is she more like, as long as he's a good guy, treats me right?
She told me that in the past that she had 100,000aires and millionaires and people in that nature in the celebrity world that talk to her, date her, and all that stuff. And it's not on her end. The experience is not that good. It's great for us, enjoying yourself and getting fluid out and all that good stuff, but for her end, I'm gonna be respectful because the vibes I get from her and me knowing her for so long, she's pretty much very humble in a lot of things. Like, she will actually wouldn't mind, like, hey, she's not about the dollar amount. If you're making 40, she's making 70, let's figure it out. Because we literally had a debate about that. Like, okay, if you're making 80, so if I'm making 40, she's like, okay, so what about the time difference you coming into work? So you expect me to cook? And I'm like, hey, if I'm doing like a 7 to 7 stretch and your hours is 8 to 5, yeah, I think you need to take care of home, because I know anybody knows if you clean up your home and it's clean, and it doesn't take that much to maintain your home. So yes, of course, I expect you, if you're there, hey, do your part and I come in. If it rolls reverse and you're doing 7 to 7 stretch and I'm doing 8 to 5, I wouldn't mind going out my way, like, hey, let me spruce up a little bit and I'm gonna kick back and chill. You know what I'm saying? So we had that understanding about that. But any more depth to that, she had to explain for herself.
Yeah. Well, again, we're bringing her back for part 2. We're bringing you both back, but for part 2, right? Because I just wanted to get an idea or understanding, because I actually said something similar, but nobody believed me. No, they didn't. So okay, let's readdress Gold Professor's question now. $10. Thank you very much, sir. So you said, okay, let's try this again. If you see more colors, then your greed trait would perhaps become more prevalent. I don't cook, I don't clean. Who said that and have people following that sentiment? Okay. You know what? I will say to an extent, yes. I mean, overall, right? We know that, and they've done research on this, right? That the more options that you have, the more options that you want, and the less satisfied you are with the options that you have. And so I think that in a way it can beget greed, because if all you can see are 2 different colors, right? Then when you go into the store, you see a blue shirt and a green shirt, you might as well get the blue and the green, because those are the only colors you see. But if you see 70,000 different colors, now there are 70,000 different options. There's not just 2. And so I can see that would create the FOMO, right? And then you wouldn't be as satisfied with the decision of the blue or just the green, because you're like, wow, that's not 1 out of 2, it's 1 out of 70,000. And then that makes you want more. And then you see someone else in one of the other colors, and that makes you feel like they've got more than you do. And so, yeah, I can see how that could be a slippery slope towards greed, just literally being able to see more options, see more colors, and see more possibilities along with those colors and options. I can see how that would connect.
Thank you, Gold Professor, for that super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you guys are liking the stream. We got to keep saying that. We need to get in the algorithm right now, because right now I'm shadow banned. So like the stream.
Yeah, man, push the walls through.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I guess one interesting question that I always want to know, right? From guys, I'm gonna go for Deuce and ask you, down there. And you know why? Just because I kind of have an idea of what Angelus would say, because I heard him say it. So, well, my question is this: just really quick. Okay, on the Jada Will fiasco, right? Just where Will Smith is right now. Who do we blame? Do we blame Jada or do we blame Will?
Before you answer this, I just want to make a reaction comment. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, sir. Because I'm burnt out with it because I've been on many platforms talk about it. We did a reaction
to it. Ask you.
I know. No. Don't. Yeah. Okay. I'm processing. Go ahead.
Every man needs to be accountable for his own actions. And I just want to point out on the Gray Pill podcast, I said that once Jada spoke on it, she was going to make herself the good guy in the situation. And what did she say? Oh, I didn't ask Will to go up there and do that. He know he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? So she still just walk out of here the good guy. But I do blame her for the way that she manipulates him. But that's also his fault because he put himself in a position to be manipulated. He seems like a person that's scared of failure. Right, he's deathly afraid of failure, and his marriage is probably one of the things he holds most dear, and he doesn't want his marriage to fail. Obviously, if she's running around pushing P to dudes half her age, she don't care. She's ready to go. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that's trying to keep it together, and so now she's using that. I feel like she uses that as a manipulation, like to manipulate him. So in that situation, it's the position that she puts him in because we don't know the conversations that they have at home. We don't know if she ever felt like, this is a conversation that, I think people have had when women say that, oh, the difference between being with one man and the next man is, oh, I felt more protected with this guy. I feel more financially protected with this guy, but I felt physically protected with this guy. And that's the difference between dating an alpha male and a beta male. So I think that that's something along those lines is maybe what triggered him to feel like he needed to do something. But she has emasculated this man. And maybe he felt like, I think that's what really filled his cup up. But he can't go over there and put hands on Jada. So he went over there and he took it out on Chris Rock.
But do you think now, because this is my question really, but it's just the nitty gritty, because I just feel like this is a really good representation of what I've heard a lot of men talk about in these spaces for years, right? Which is that women have the expectation for their men to be the Will Smith in this scenario, right? You better go defend my honor. You better go backhand him. You better go tell him he can't put his mouth on no black woman like that and da-da-da-da-da, right? The myth of white womanhood, as BJ Sidmore would say. And then you have the other side of it where, men are so callously and consciously putting Will Smith down and calling him all kinds of beta bucks and whatever for years that it's like, okay, now someone else is going to make fun of his wife again. Maybe he just, was he reacting to the pressure from his wife? Was he reacting to the pressure from, the female demographic? Or was he reacting to the pressure from spaces like this that call him constantly a beta buck and he's weak and he's emasculated and he has no cojones anymore and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and he had to react to prove, he's not just some punk anymore.
I would like to answer that question.
Please.
Go ahead.
The space did not criticize Will as much as it criticized Jada. Let's be clear. The space was very harsh on Jada at the thing. See, when you ask whose fault it is, that's like asking a woman who gets R-word, was it her fault for dressing that way or being in that neighborhood or not being armed or something like that? Listen, Will Smith, it was a woman walking down half naked in R-word alley. It happens, or in prison. That's the thing. He's not really attuned. He's not really equipped to deal with such a high level manipulator, and he was manipulated as a result of it. And it is necessary to bring shame upon men like that. You see, unlike women, Ruby, men work better as a collective. That's why we have armies and stuff like that. That's why we get together and build and societies. We work better as a collective. If weak men bring down entire civilization, take Paris, for example, Paris of Troy. His weakness brought down Troy, which was the superior civilization by how people measure civilizations of the time to the Greek ones. That type of thinking has to be shamed, or else he'll bring down other men, just like he brought down Chris. It's dangerous. So he must be shamed for his weakness However, having a weakness is probably not a person's fault. However, it is something that a person can't poke fun of and shame. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And I just think that all that energy he had for Chris, he should have took out on August. I mean, August is the one who really embarrassed him.
But this is where the
Jada
manipulation
is the one who really embarrassed him.
She embarrassed him.
Yeah.
They never. So think about this. They've had rumors about their relationship for years. Never, and they protected the brand. They never, they protected the brand. Nothing ever got out. They were very, they never gave definitive answers about what their relationship was, and they did very well at that. And they positioned themselves as a power couple, right? Both in the black entertainment sphere and then over like entertainment in general. She messed up. She messed up the brand because her infidelity is what got out there. Her, saying she didn't vet her, other person properly.
Mm-hmm.
Where the manipulation comes in, he needed to remove himself from that situation, not go on her platform to make her look good. Right? Because that's what it was about. He went on her platform to make her look good. It made himself look bad in the process. And because it was her platform, she was able to steer the conversation and steer the answers in a way that made her look good, but it made him look bad. When what he needed was distance. So he needs a distance. And then what do you see Jada doing right now? Distancing herself from the situation. Oh, I didn't need Will to defend my honor. I'm a strong woman. He didn't have to do that. Well, why you rolled your eyes like that?
Yeah, she obviously was bothered.
That's what I'm saying. And then you don't know what the conversation, obviously this was a very emotional thing for her and her family and stuff. So you don't know the emotions behind that.
She'll get a pass for that one. Because let me say this.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me say this real quick. And just to remind you, because like on Black Man Unfiltered, it was like literally a year ago at the ending, like around October, whatever, when it was actually out on ET and other networks, that when she actually announced about alopecia and shaving her bald head, and she did a TikTok video saying that she's brave and she's good and laughed about it. So go ahead, Deuce.
So, his instinct as a protector, whether she needs to be protected or not, is also something that it can be manipulated and has been manipulated, right? Because he went over there to protect her and protect her honor by going on her show and having her in his face, like what happened? I told you I got to the entanglement. Say you effed him. You know what I'm saying? Like, say what you did. Why don't? Because anybody else, like Philly cats, Brooklyn cats, all of us, we just like, stop fucking playing with me.
Mm-hmm.
You say, don't insult my intelligence.
You know why that doesn't happen though, right?
That comes from the thinking that I was saying before, where women believe that they are better at stuff other than sex stuff and the byproducts thereof. I mean, Will is more capable of leadership than her. However, he put her in a leadership position. He allowed her to lead his actions. A woman leading a man is madness, and that's what happened on that stage.
Absolutely.
He's better.
I would say the children in his household beg to differ on that note, sir.
Wait,
as far as
who household? What are you talking about?
In Will Smith's household, I will say that the children, that whole entire household, would beg to differ that Will Smith is an effective or useful leader in any sense of the word. But I do
got a daughter. Hold on, let's be clear. Clear. Okay. The worst thing that Will ever did was Jada. Okay, the kids are weird. The kids are weird as hell, and it's as a result of his diminished penis from his first wife. There, I said it. His first son is normal. The other two are weird as hell. And this is because she wears the penis in the family, and his hair is longer than hers. Everything about them is wrong. And in fact, hold on. I got a picture I'm going to show you. But see, that's what happens when you have mismatched relationships like this. Where the woman is the lead and the male isn't the lead. You get all kind of fucked up, confused kids. How come the daughter is bigger than the son and the son got longer hair than the daughter? It's all kind of madness going on in their genetic pool. The only normal one was the one that he had from his regular submissive light-skinned wife. Let's be clear. He and his daughter is writing letters to Tupac. Who is?
Oh yeah, that was disrespectful.
That is madness.
And then
Like,
you
really
taking your son to
disrespectful.
events and he's screaming out Tyler the Creator is my boyfriend. Like, come on. You don't hear none of this craziness from his first kid. And that's the
Exactly.
perfect example. He had a normal kid with the first one. Because if you think about it, like, look at the influence of Jada, right? Jada was an actress, right? In black entertainment, right? She did what? Woo and all those other movies, right? But
Right.
then when she chose to fall back and decided to be a mother and not have her career anymore, she started doing all this other stuff, like all this stuff that only people with money can do. You know what I'm saying? She decided to start a rock band. She decided to start like a ska band. She started, right? So that eclecticism her children have they got it from her. Because Will has a consistent image. You know what I'm saying? We've seen her be punk. We've seen the mother be punk. We've seen her be emo. We've seen her be the rock star. We've seen her done the screamo thing. You know, be an artist, do this. She's all over the place, just like her kids. The first kid is more like Will, and the other kid, the other two are more like her.
Yeah, the problem is that as a leader, for example,
value in her non-sexual self, and that is the problem. That's why she's going around confused with no damn hair. That's what happens when women try to find value in their non-sexual self. God takes the thing that make them women, her hair, and they give them fucked up or effed up personalities like that.
Anyway, as I was gonna say, you know, part of the issue though, when we're looking at just direct what we can point a finger at Will at, or because we don't know what happened behind their walls, but what we do know, for example, is that Will Smith allowed his not even preteen daughter at the time to do a music video surrounded by a bunch of grown ass men, right? That she was leaning up on and being sexy with, and like it's just the kinds of things, right, that he would allow. So whether or not we want to point a finger at some of these women that these men choose to marry and have children with, right, as men, right, as an effective leader, or just even as an effective, you know, man with your head on straight, there's certain things you just would never allow, right? There's just certain things you would never allow. And we've been seeing evidence since forever, right, that whatever's going on in that household is not kosher. So I absolutely agree with that point.
You are working under the assumption that Will is the head of the household, that he wears the pants in the household.
He don't.
You are making him accountable for the things that happen to their kids.
Yes. I'm still making him accountable. Yes.
No. Why are you holding him accountable when we
because
don't know?
He's a man. Because he's a man and he's not taking leadership.
However,
how could he with Jada?
What do you mean, how could he? You either take leadership or you don't keep making babies and building an empire with the woman. What you don't do as a man is say, she won't let me lead. Maybe one day she'll let me lead.
A woman is supposed to give it. A woman is supposed to give leadership. Just like
and if she doesn't, he takes it. Because you know what? A man can't be led unless he chooses to submit.
Thinking that they are fit for leadership. Like, oh, I could build fire, therefore I should be in charge of the fire.
Women can lead. Listen. Men can lead an unwilling woman, but a woman cannot lead an unwilling man.
You are not supposed to lead or attempt to lead men. You can.
Right, and yet somehow or again. If
Okay.
I hear you, but I'd like to say something now. Okay, a woman cannot lead an unwilling man. However, a man can lead an unwilling woman. And see, this is part of the thing, right? Women want to pretend like
can't lead an unwilling woman. Tell that to Rihanna. That time I tried to lead her. So
okay. Again, here's the thing. Again, and I'm not talking about on some random general consensus, like, oh, any random man can point at any random woman.
Yeah, but
right?
low key,
right?
Low key trying to validate that the woman on that aspect, though. Just saying.
I'm not trying to validate anybody on anything. I'm just talking about reality. And the reality is, right, it doesn't matter how headstrong or how this or how that, whatever I want to be, a man who is a leader and is leading himself, I can't lead him. He would never allow it to happen. It just could not happen. But I can be very headstrong, pig-headed, this, that, think that no one can tell me nothing. But then this man comes into my orbit and he's a strong leader and he's leading himself and he don't give a crap about all my noise. And guess what? My internal woman is going to submit to the strength of his internal man.
But see, that goes back. Hold on. But
no,
that goes.
Please let me finish. Okay. Please let me finish. Okay. We women are built to submit to their men. They are built to submit to the leadership. This is something that is internal in us. And so what I'm saying is, when a man allows himself to fold under the pressure of some insane, crazy chick, and then puts his tails between his legs, and now he's being led by insane, crazy chick, that is him making a choice. Right, because I had tried to kick and scream and fight and plead and whatever in my younger days, because I didn't want to be led by nobody. But guess what? That's not the way it works. Because when that man, I got pulled into his network, when I got pulled into his vortex, there's nothing I could do but submit. That's what it is.
Ruby, this is why black men. This is why SYSBM. This is why black men are leaving, because black women like Jada, you know, they're trying to take control. And it's not that Will is not a leader. He might be a leader. He just can't lead her because she's very, very difficult to lead. And he has a family with her, so he don't want to leave her and divorce her.
That part.
You think that was new?
That part.
Melody, do you think that the behavior is new? Or do you think the behavior that was something that existed before the children?
No, not the behavior of him, but that point she just made right there is what speaks for all men generally. Men will sit there and fold and bend for a woman, like I said earlier, but women, majority of the time, women will not do it for men. It always comes down to that, the man could do everything else, break his neck for the woman, which, perfect example, Will is doing, but then she look at him like, it ain't working out. I'm not feeling you like that. So you know what? I'm just going to do what I want to do until you decide to push you out and go from there. Now, back in the beginning, yes, I agree with you 100% about the energies and make her fold and make her submit and all that stuff. I get it, but he messed up from the beginning. And Game Changer said it well. She manipulated him. He wasn't aware of how powerful her manipulation is, because men do crazy things for women. The society we got now, we doing all this for women. Women is not doing all this for men. I'm not seeing women like, hey, look at me, didn't want to do all this to try to get my attention on that same level men is doing it for women. It's not happening. It's not. Unless you're and that sucks. And it comes back to the same perfect example he said, the low-hanging fruit. And I thought that was a broader thing, but that means a lot. A low self-esteem, or they might not be getting that much of the resources value from the men the pretty ladies is getting, or the attractive ladies are getting. You know what I'm saying? So that's
What you also have to take account, right, with the example that you gave, is it Melody?
Yeah, Melody.
Your Melody. Okay, so what's the?
I'm Ruby.
Ruby.
Ruby. Okay. Ruby. The example you gave. Talking about getting pulled in your orbit. You're talking about getting pulled in by a stranger, a person that you don't have in like 25 years a relationship with, a person that you are not legally bound to. Remember, in this culture, right, men have been canceled because they've been discovered to have an infidelity with their wife, right? We can name politicians, we can name celebrities, anybody. When their infidelities are revealed, they're usually canceled and their careers are usually over. Jada Pinkett Smith won an Emmy Award after her infidelity came out. That's one. So right, so we're playing on two different, like an uneven playing field, right? Now, also too, he cannot leave her, because if he leaves her, not only does it destroy the brand that he has built, that he has tried to build with his family and stuff, he also stands to lose a lot of money. He has a $350 million net worth, and I'm sorry, Jada's probably contributed maybe $5 million. You know what I'm saying? So $345 million. This man stands to lose half of his money no matter what she did. Because usually in these divorces, when you have when it's like, was somebody was there any infidelity in the marriage? That's not going to be used against her. It's not going to be used against her. It can't be used against her for, like, the kids are already grown, so it's not going to be any separation of children. He is going to get crucified in court. Not to mention, guess what? That's only the things we know about. She has some dirt on him. She has some dirt on him that can destroy his brand. That's the only way that a person that is at the pinnacle of his career would let somebody who is nowhere near their level and never had the potential to ever be this way, be on his level. She was never going to be an Oscar winner. She was never going to be a Holly Berry. On that level. She has something on that man. And that's why this man that's why he's getting led the way he's getting led. Fall back, because I will destroy all of this down. She will burn that house down if Will tries to leave.
All
Okay, hold on.
I want to
Hold
say,
on.
if he was running a family, she would have hair. You see,
Well,
yes.
she has alopecia, so she would have
No,
a weird
no,
stripe in
no,
her
no,
head.
no,
So
no, no. I look at the top of her head and I see those little hair grains and stuff like that. She probably has like alopecia on various little spots, but if she grow her hair long enough, she could do like it'll go over the
I'm gonna
alopecia.
send you a picture so you
Come
can
on,
see the
come
line that
on,
they
bro.
were
She's
talking about because it
struggling.
looks crazy. It
She
does.
has
But hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's read some of these super chats. Melody, if you could read the first one because I want to read Al Nixon's because it's my response to Deuce as
Okay.
well.
Question. Were Will, Jada, and August the actual entertainment?
I kind of think so. I'm not gonna lie to you. But there's no actual evidence of that. But I agree when you say that she's got something on him. I think so. I think that this is. I mean, they made it very clear it was a marriage of convenience and a marriage of something that other than love and attraction and all that stuff. So I don't know. There's something hinky going on there. But now with Al Nixon, okay, and so this is kind of my response to what you were saying, Juice. So Al Nixon, the voice of reason, $5. Thank you very much, sir. And he says, any man that stays and allows that behavior deserves it. It's his fault. He's out of order for not standing his ground. House out of order, burn it down. Now, this is what I have to say, and this
Thank
relates
you,
to
Nicole.
yes, thank you. Now the reason why I say that is because this, right? It's very easy to turn around and say, yeah, but look, they've been together for decades now, and now their children are almost grown. Now. But here's the thing. Women like Jada, I mean, the rumors about Jada and how Jada behaved and whatever were around before Will and Jada were dating, right? So it's not like, oh, this is a personality disorder she developed after they were already together. It's not like this is a defect she developed after they were together. No, she already had that. And despite that, he decided to be with her, to fall in love with her, to marry her, and to put not one but two children inside of her, and then continue to stay, right? And so, you know what? Listen, yeah, fine. He's caught up now. It's 25 years, but I'm not talking about what's happened after. No, I'm talking about at the beginning, because this, when he vetted, anyone who vetted Jada found out this information, right? This was like basic common knowledge. And despite that knowledge, he decided to wife her anyway. Despite that knowledge, he decided to have children, one child with her anyway. Despite the knowledge of what kind of mom she was being, he decided to have another one with her. I mean, at the end of the day, he kept making these decisions, knowing the position he was in, right? And he should have stood up. He should have put his foot down. He should have said, no, this is out of order. I'm out. Right? Because he did it the first time for whatever reason, whatever baby mama number one did wrong, he was out. Right? So what I'm saying is, no, we have to put accountability on Will because he had choices that he chose to make for whatever reason. Now we want to talk about, well, she had dirt on him. Hey, you know what? 25 years ago was a completely different time than now. I agree. And this is why I got into this sector to begin with. I see how deep right now things are, especially now that we have the influence of social media and PC culture and whatever out there, right? But 25 years ago is not the same time and place that it is now. Although, to be fair, there's no way he should have married this whack job. Like, there's no way he should have married her. So she never should have been in a position to take half of anything of his. This is what it comes down to.
I don't know how old you are, like, but I remember the 90s.
I'm 37.
Okay, we're in the same age group. So I remember her career very well. And also, too, over the span of their career, they were a very private couple about their family. This transparency stuff didn't start coming about until like the last like 10 or 12 years. So, this is not 25 years worth of stuff going on. This is really like the last 10. Once the kids got into the public eye, and then you started seeing like, these kids are a little strange. That's when they start opening their doors. And then when she decided to get back into entertainment, and then she wanted to take because you got to look at her platform. Her platform is all about transparency. But this is the thing. You don't see Oprah doing that. You don't see Sally Jeffrey Raphael doing that. You didn't see Ricky Lake doing that. You didn't see Jenny Jones doing that. All these other talk show hosts do not give. Oprah does not. Oprah's been with that dude Stedman for 40 years, and she doesn't even say this dude's name on television. You know what I'm saying? She's the one letting people into their home because this is her niche. This is her niche in the entertainment industry right now. She doesn't have a real talk show, right? She has a Facebook watch show. You know what I'm saying? So she's the one that's doing this for likes, and she's the one that's catering to public opinion, because this stuff would have never happened if they would have kept things private. Because what Will Smith does, like one movie a year, one movie every 2 years, they pretty much stayed out of the public eye for like 20 years, or like the first 15 years of their marriage. It's just been the last 10 since now the whole family has kind of opened up and been like, we're this avant-garde family, we're different.
Oh, I got to shout out Mr. DJ Music, because that's my boy in the chat. What's up, sir? He actually is our producer. I do a radio show, which new season will be starting up soon, and he's our producer. So shout out to Mr. DJ Music. Yeah, and now he says, no, their marriage has always been under scrutiny. And that's straight fact. Their relationship was. Jada was. I remember the scrutiny Jada was under in the 90s when I barely even knew who she was, right? And there was a lot of scrutiny about her and about Halle Berry. A lot of discussion about them. And that was before he was even with her. And then there was a lot of scrutiny about their relationship. There's a lot of scrutiny about their marriage. There's a lot of scrutiny, especially when they started making decisions about that young girl, the girl's music career and stuff like that. I mean, they have had so much scrutiny over the life of their relationship. And these were both rumors.
10 years. That's why I said 10 years. No, this wasn't the 90s. Over 10
years. These kids are in their 20s. What are you talking about? The kids are 20.
The kids are 22 years old. She came out that album when she was like 11. We're talking like since like 2010. We're talking like the last 10, 12 years.
No, I'm saying that has to do with the kids, but I'm saying the scrutiny about Jada specifically, what Jada was about, all the rumors about Jada and Tupac, about Jada and Will and Tupac, that whole entire thing, that's been out there since the 90s, right? So they have been under scrutiny, and that's just what we knew as the public when it wasn't so easy to know stuff. So imagine what they knew in private behind the scenes when you're actually part of the circle. So while we're only getting more deeply informed over the last 10 years, right? We heard rumors, we heard whisperings, we heard details a little bit here and there. But imagine what if we knew, imagine what they knew. And Will still signed up for it. So he's way accountable for the position he's in now, because he signed up for it. He vetted her, he saw all of this, and he signed up anyway. Oh, she's not in love with him. She's always going to be in love with the dead man. Signed up for it anyway. I mean, let's be real. Right, like this is
right. But let me hear from adult supervision, because he haven't said one word. So let's hear from him. Hey, adult supervision. You there? Hello?
He gave up. He went to bed. No.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I've been waiting for like.
Y'all shut up.
Y'all hear what Ruby is doing? See, that is predatory behavior. It's the same type of behavior that I say and I do when I go fishing. I say it's the fish fault for wanting the worm so bad. It's their fault, and everything I do after the fish tries to eat my worm is justified because I like fish. You see what's going on here? You see the protective. This is women is okay. It's okay to do whatever you like because you set traps, and it's their fault for falling for the bait.
The validation.
That's what's going on. But men, pay close attention.
Is Sierra accountable for getting pregnant by Future?
Huh?
Yes.
Is Sierra accountable? Okay, so why is it that it's okay for me to say Sierra is accountable for her own decision?
You just brought it up.
But why is it okay for me to say that Sierra is accountable for her own bad decision making and her own the bad running of her life, but I can't say that about a man?
Because Future is shitty bait. That's why. Our Future is crappy bait. Okay?
So
I just want to say this. I did preface this by saying every man is accountable for his own individual actions. So yes, there's spots and stuff where he's accountable, right? But for the main, like the things that kind of preceded all of this is on Jada. Like their lives would not have went this route if not for the fact of her infidelity coming out. That is on her. So this is what I'm saying. It wouldn't have gotten this bad. Like I don't think he would have ever. Huh?
Technically,
bro,
if you're talking about
now you got me on the
August gets no
the
cool
game
points
change on train now.
He went out, but you keep defending, like she still stepped out of her marriage and she still pushed Pete to the wrong dude, right?
Worm bait.
He went out there and he went and told.
To a
You know
child,
what I'm saying?
to a broken, a mentally broken, emotionally unstable child.
Bad
Just so
worm
we're all
bait.
clear. Yeah.
What? Listen,
That's who he was. That's what he was. He was
Listen,
an emotionally and mentally broken child under her care. Let's not get it twisted about what she did. She didn't just push P to the wrong dude. No, what she did was so far beyond pushing P to the wrong dude. I'm sure she's done that countless times, and they just had enough money and prestige to pay people off and shut it down. That's not what happened with August Alsina. That's a completely different.
Okay, so
that's
with that
worse.
all that being said about Jada's actions, wouldn't it still be fair to say she is a good and strong manipulator and holding her game tight with Will right now?
Absolutely. She's a master manipulator.
I'm asking Ruby.
Would I say she's a good manipulator? Yeah, you know what? I think that she has borderline personality disorder, and I think people with borderline personality disorder. Hold on, I'm answering your question. It's my show. I can answer how I want. But for real.
No.
Yeah. You can answer how you want on your show.
This is Melody's show.
No, it's me and Melody's show. Thank you very much.
Yours. Don't say my show. Then say
it's not his and it's not yours either.
Yeah,
so,
okay, but you say our show. You say our show.
Right. And if Melody said it's my show, I can answer how I want, I would be fine with that.
But I'm just saying you're wrong when you say it's your show. It's your show.
Okay. Are we done? Okay. So
that. Now we're done.
That's what I was saying.
Right?
So I think now at the end of the day, right, I think she has borderline personality disorder. Do I think that those people are good manipulators? To a point, yes. But the thing is that after a decade of it, you start seeing it for exactly what it is. And it becomes a very scary, violent thing to work with. So you're no longer really being manipulated. You know exactly what's happening, and you're choosing to capitulate to it. So while I can agree, hey, maybe there was a lot of manipulation at the beginning, a lot of pulling heartstrings and whatnot, I don't think that it's a manipulation game. I think it's he knows exactly what's happening. And, he's forgotten himself and he's forgotten his nuts and he's capitulating to it all. That's what I think.
So real quick, let me read the super chat if I can see it because it's so small on my screen. L. Nixon, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, there's a reason men like Future and August son guys like Scotty and Will and make sons about for everyone to laugh at. Will, let your nuts hang. Okay, thank you for that.
Who's Scotty?
I think he was trying to say that they sunned them.
Like you son somebody, like you my son. Yeah. Okay. They say that a lot here. Jersey.
Well, I think a lot of them are operating in fear. Because they look at, say, a Tory Lanez, right? And it's like, dude, what he did was tweet on his own damn page and got arrested for it, right? Because it was taken as violating the protection order. He didn't communicate with the woman. He didn't at her, right? But because he's a public figure and because he said stuff that could be seen as communicating at her, then and see, this is exactly what guys were talking about. They were saying, well, we're in a different society now where the whole system, social media, the courts, whatever, they're so skewed and biased against men. Black men, unfortunately, having that much more money doesn't make you that much more protected. And so I think there is a lot of fear that people are operating on. They're afraid. They're afraid to speak up. They're afraid to defend themselves. They're afraid to not just bow and bend and kiss ass and lick feet and whatever, anything, because they're scared. And I think it's just something I have a hard time having respect for, because it's not something I was born and raised around. Men running around and operating in fear like this.
I still like sex. And furthermore, I do want to say that the moral of this story in all situations is that you try to find the masculine chicks early in a relationship. You try to find them. If she's sitting with her legs open and crap like that, if she's changing tires, all this crap, all this stuff that make them, if they don't sound like Melody and just all this stuff, because part of the masculine behavior and the mindset is dominance, and they will try to eventually dominate the relationship. She's horrible. Her hair not grown. She's horrible. She's horrible at everything she did. She ruined Blair Underwood's life on Set It Off. Like, why of all the banks she had to rob his? She know he gonna lose his job
Are
after
you
this.
serious?
Hey, game. I will give a pass. Like real talk, I will even give a pass with the tire chain thing because again, if they're single and they don't have those men to do that, then yeah, then do what you need to do on your survival, right?
What you need
But
to do. But
exactly,
if they like it, but see, you're missing the point. If they like it, that means that they like doing men's stuff.
Oh no, I'm with you. But when I see that picture with they're together, Will got the legs crossed and her legs wide open like a dude back in the days, that's the biggest red flag ever.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's
Agree.
horrible.
See, Angela, DC's trying to tell you that he thinks I'm masculine and I dominate in my relationship.
No,
because I can take
you're
fire.
projecting on that one.
I'm giving you a hard
What
time.
you're saying, GC?
No, I'm giving you a hard time.
Yeah.
And I'm sure your husband gives you a harder time. Yeah.
I'm kidding. Hold on. Can I answer this? Hold on. Moise Picard says, when did Melody ever say it is the Melody and Ruby show? If you look right here at the bottom of the screen, it says Live and Upfront, and both me and Melody are on it. Because it's our show. Now, this is her channel. This is Melody's channel, and Melody is still going to do things by herself or with other people. But me and Melody are also working very hard on creating Live and Upfront, right? And this is like our show. We're both working really diligently. It is our show, and we've talked about it every Tuesday. Today's a Thursday, but you know, every Tuesday.
Can I add to that, Ruby and Melody?
Mm-hmm.
Because I know it's funny how like y'all not even like 50K subscribers, 1,000 chats going back and forth, but it's funny when these silly questions get asked, you know, so stuff like that. Even I tried to pitch Ruby onto coming on my show as a guest or just helping out stuff like that, and she made it very clear that this is their show. It's not no me, my. It's their show. That's what I'm dedicated to. Catch me on the other days and so forth. So yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
The thing about this show, no echo chamber. We are totally different, Ruby and I, as you can see. And that's what I loved about Ruby. We don't have the same personality, so we're not going to be saying the same things. We disagree on a lot of things. So I love that about Ruby.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Everybody that's supposed to be the same. My end, we do perspectives. Like I would love to hear a different perspective. Like I said, everything's not black and white, you know?
At all.
Well, I don't think that everybody should be the same. I do feel that everybody should do the same thing in order to live in a structured society.
I agree.
You know, you don't have stray ants, and they dominate the insect kingdom. You know, they know why are you eating potato chips?
I'm sorry, I got a bottle of water. I'm dying. Okay.
She's thirsty.
No, but you don't have stray ants. You have the work. Ants know their job. They were born into it, and they do it. You see, you don't have like those. You don't have a carpenter ant or a digger ant saying, you know something. Wait, wait, say that.
No, I started laughing because I thought about the animated ant because there's always that one. If that one ant's like, hey, you know something, and he went off on his own.
Yeah. That's if more ants did that, then the whole colony suffers.
Yeah,
I'm saying that generally speaking, in real life, the ants know their place. They don't say, "Oh no, we're just as good as this and this and this." No, the queen isn't out trying to gather food. The queen knows her place, and that is to make ant babies. And the problem with our society is the women don't know their place, and that is to make me babies. That is it. Give me babies. That is what you do in food. And that is what you do.
Yeah.
But instead, you try to be like the other ants.
Yep. AKA Jada.
Same. Yeah, give me babies and food. That's the moral of the story. But no, when they try to do extra stuff, that's when you have the Will and Jada situation.
Well, I'm just saying, from your definition, right? I do extra stuff, and yet we're not Will and Jada. So
yeah, but he wasn't speaking. He just speaking in.
No, I'm saying general. Stop straying from the path. There's an invisible trail that ants walk on. Stay on it. That's what I'm saying, Ruby. You know, there is a path for women to be on, and that is sex, submission, and sandwich. That's what it is.
And then and obviously, this is where we disagree. Whereas
I
for
like spaghetti.
me, well, there you go. No, sandwich. It's a whole metaphor thing. It's not a specific sandwich, but the whole thing is, right. To me, this is me, right. Women were literally created to submit to their husbands, to their man, right, and that puts them in a particular role whereby they are the micro manager and their husband is the macro managers, and he's the one who's setting out the 1 year, 5 year, 10 year plans. He's the one who's saying this is where the direction we're heading, where we're going, what needs to get done, and whatever. And she's the one who helps to enact that plan. Now, with that being said, that means that the individual man, is the person who's telling that individual woman what her role is, because he is going to lay it out very clearly what he needs from his wife, which may or may not be a sandwich. And it could be, may or may not be sex at the time. It could be a lot of different things. And so I just think that, for me, I focus on the whole aspect of submitting to the leadership of my husband, and not so much what that leadership might entail, because, men are not a monolith and they're all going to need different things.
But see, what's going on is women are seeking men who don't, whose leadership they feel comfortable submitting to. That's not what you do. You're supposed to submit to you're supposed to submit to the man and his leadership, not try to find one that you are most comfortable with.
And then
That
compromise
was
it.
my next question. I was going to ask you guys, is there such thing as being a natural submissive woman, meaning you're submissive to everyone, not just your husband?
There's a certain level of submission that you reserve for your significant other, your mate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, submissive women submit to the will of society when they are single, and they really shouldn't be single. Like, typically, they submit to their father until their father gives them away at the altar. But they don't go around, all stray willy nilly. Just like you don't have like a queen ant with a bunch of regular ants just gone. So yeah, it really shouldn't be that way. However, we do live in a society that allows single women. Typically, what they do is they serve the will of society until they serve the will of the individual man.
Can I hey, I'm sorry, ladies. Can I address one chat real quick and you can go
Yeah,
back
go
to
ahead, Angela.
Sure.
It was the
I'm
bottom
guessing
one.
you want to do this one?
Yeah, yes, please. I said it's silly because just in this segment, I don't know if you're new to the show, whatever, she said it like twice, and then she had like a little back and forth, a little friendly banter with the other guy about it. And I apologize, I can't remember your name because the chats keep coming up game. But yeah. So that's why I said it was silly. And two, like she just demonstrated, if you look at the top right corner too, they're pictures together. If you look at the bottom two, they're pictures together. If you click on the link, they're actually pictures together. So yeah, that part. That's why I thought it was silly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just like if you come on the Great Pill podcast, I'm pretty much the engineer, the producer, and all that stuff, but it will actually say in the highlight Angelica Minka, the intro be Angelica Minka, the names at the bottom, Angelica Minka, Instagram, Spotify, all that good stuff. Yeah, that's why I thought it was silly.
Right.
All right, back to you, Melody.
Absolutely. Now I want to answer the question, because here's the thing. It's very different. Like, it's almost like we want to ignore individual differences as though they're not relevant. So if I was, for example, born and raised and cultured properly in my culture, my belief systems, my whatever, which include, for example, a religion, right? I'm Christian or, Muslim or whatever it is. Well, that's something that is part of my core beliefs. Right? Or, as far as Sunday dinners being important, as far as what, whether our children go to boarding school or not. Like, there's a whole bunch of different things that we are cultured to inherently believe are the best, right? And so I think that there are these very big concepts, right, that when two people get together, this is what the whole dating/courting process is about when, it's global like this, is finding people who you match up with on these big values. Because in and of itself, you can play lip service, you can pretend that you've changed your religion or pretend that you believe something you don't believe, but eventually that's just going to end up breeding resentment. In essence, and it doesn't make any sense to do that when there's more than enough people out there who you do connect with and line up with on several key factors and indicators. So, for example, there are guys out there right now who really very deeply believe in 50-50 as the way relationships should be. There are men out there who believe that, men are the providers and women stay home and nurture and make babies, right? There are different men who believe different things. Now, for me, not being from the culture where it's 50-50, that's not the way that I was raised. Or I wasn't raised to think, oh, well, no, men do 50% of the housework and men do 50%. I wasn't raised to believe these things, right? So me being with a man who believes those things, right? As the way I was raised, I would submit to that direction. But in essence, we are never going to be fully satisfied, neither one of us, because I'm not going to be able to live in the truth of that because I don't believe it's the truth, right? I believe it's the truth that my husband is the head of my household, right? That my husband is the person who's giving us complete direction, right? And that he's the provider and he's the protector. And I submit to that direction. And that's why I'm submitting to the direction so he can properly provide and protect, right? Now, when I was out there looking for a husband, I'm looking for a man who's like-minded. It didn't work well for me to be with these more modern-minded men, right? These more, we're a partnership and we're just 50-50 and we'll just call each other partner. That doesn't work for me, right? That's not me trying to change anybody or not being submissive or whatever. It's about me finding who I'm aligned with.
So,
feedback.
Can I say real quick? Speaking of different cultures, my neighbor just gave me, he's Muslim. He just gave me something that's like a flat bread and I could feel meat inside of it.
Can I have some?
It smells pretty good.
Sounds delicious.
Can I have some?
Well, I don't eat pork, but I doubt he eats pork either.
It's called mobadat.
Okay, what's in it?
It's like, it'll be like ground beef. Sometimes they do it with spinach or something like that.
Oh yeah, I could rock with that. All right, I'm gonna eat it. Thanks.
I'd break it open first to see what's in it. You don't have to eat it whole.
Okay.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it smells good. All right, thanks.
He's so hungry over there.
I know.
Yeah, guys. I'm trying to think if there's something. Right, me too. I only eat fish and chicken and turkey. I don't eat ground beef. How about you guys? What do you guys
eat?
eat?
All, but I cut back from beef, so I do ground turkey, ground chicken.
Oh, that's good. So you eat like me.
Okay. Jersey all day.
Jersey. You're ready.
I'm on the pescatarian kick right now.
Some people are about that. They're about that pescatarian or vegan lifestyle or whatever. And, girl like me, I actually literally need to eat meat to survive because of my blood disorder. So, I'm just saying, at the end of the day, right, trying to find like mine.
It's not a blood disorder. We don't know.
Pardon?
Everybody needs to eat to survive.
No, I didn't say eat. I said meat. Like MEAT. I know it's the nose. But right, so different people need different things. And but that was like my generalized point when I said, right, that you find somebody whose train you want to jump on that you can submit to. It's not to say, oh, well, you outline this list of all these things they've got to be and they've got to give me, they've got to do, and then if they give you that, then you submit. No, that's not what I was saying, right? I was simply saying that, there's 6 billion people on the planet. How many millions and millions, 100 million, 200 million in America? That's a lot of people, right? And you're going to have a lot of subsets of, cultures and belief systems and whatever. And, I think to be the most successful and the most productive is to first find people that on just a basic fundamental level, you're in alignment.
Yeah, but when you say, I'll let you go, Deuce. But when people say stuff like that, it's like my mind be like, "Yo, we overthinking this shit." Like, you do what you got to do, but take the time out to vet the person. And back to what Shane said, if you see those signs of the woman got her legs open wide and changing cars, and it's a lot of masculinity in her, then just be aware of what you're gonna get, brother. Go ahead, Deuce.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
If she's sick, then that's pretty much over.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
That chick swapping out AKAs like it ain't shit. Yeah, that chick swapping AKAs ain't shit. Like, yo, you keep your one eye open. Just saying. Yeah, Deuce.
I think when we talk about like traditional values and stuff like that, what you have to remember is like you can't even have traditional values in a system that doesn't support traditional values. Because for instance, any other place in the world that has traditional values, one of the things in their culture is that they don't get divorced, right? Here in America, we have choice. Even people that come from traditional backgrounds come over here and get divorced because they can do it here. You know what I'm saying? So it sounds good and it works under a traditional system. Traditional values within a traditional system work, but we live in a very unconventional system. We live in a system where everybody can do whatever anybody wants. You want to change your gender, you can change your gender. You want to sit there and change your personality, right? There's no rules. It's just the Wild West out here right now. So this is why a lot of this stuff does. It sounds good, but it's not. It doesn't work. It can't work because the system doesn't support it.
See, that's part of the issue too. I'm glad that you mentioned the system. But before I respond, I think we should read Gold Professor's super chat. Whose turn is it, Melody? So yours or mine?
I think it is. I think it's my turn. Well, no, it's your
Okay.
turn because it's for you because it says Ruby. So
Oh.
go ahead.
Okay, well, Gold Professor, $5. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And he says, once again, at Ruby, you were socialized to go against your natural traits of submission. Strong and independent females tell us this all the time. First of all, I'm not strong and independent. Never claimed to be, never said I was, never wanted to be. Very actually anti third and fourth wave feminism. So that's the first thing. Second thing is I was not socialized to go against my natural traits of submission. If anything, my mother feels like she slightly failed in under training me to be just like her. And to be honest with you, if my mother wasn't so feminine and wasn't so submissive, I probably wouldn't be the way that I am because I was such a tomboy and I just did not gravitate towards her at all when I was a kid. But in and of itself, that was the dynamic. That was my mother. She's full of grace and femininity and submissiveness. That's why I learned how to do everything I learned how to do because women don't do those things. So I did them because she was single, right? Someone had to do it. It wasn't going to be her. She might break a nail. So, I mean, like, seriously, that's literally why I learned how to do everything I did. I was her only child and someone had to do it. Now, when it comes down to, and this is part of the thing, right? So why was my mom the way that she was? Well, she was like that because of culture. My grandmother is like that too. My mom's a landed immigrant. So she was born in Jamaica, and come from a long line of people in my family on both sides who see relationships, right? And see marriages as in a very traditional sense, right? The man is the head of the household. He is the provider, right? And a woman may or may not have to work in order to help support the household, but that's on the husband to make that decision. And despite the fact that she may have to do that, it's everything inside the household is actually really on her because it's her domain, because that's what she was made to do. So it's like cooking, cleaning, laundry, the kids, just everything. And so I was actually trained to think very much that way. But also, I was also trained that I'm a kid, I'm underfoot, whatever needs to get done, someone points and tells you to go do it. So most Jamaican kids, right, boys and girls, they know how to do basically everything because you're just a kid. No one really sees you as a gender until you hit puberty. So I think that's why I see things differently, because to me, the role that you have as a woman or as a man, as a husband or as a wife in a household is really, it doesn't matter who's working, who's not, who's this, who's that. None of that matters. It's an inherent role that you were given by birthright of being male or female. And that's it. You are better as a man. Men are better leaders, right? Their brains think in a way to be effective leaders, to see 1 year, 5 year, 10 years ahead. And women's brains are made to micromanage and to think short term. And that's why we work well together, right? Because a man has that long-term plan and the woman can see the details she's got to put together to make sure his plan is enacted, right? And so that's where I was raised. That's the way I was cultured and conditioned.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Ruby. I guess I was cultured and raised the same way too from my mom. See, I still have both of my parents, they're both still married. They've been together. How old is my sister?
Lucky you.
Right. My sister is she's older, 45. So they've been together for like 48 years. Yeah, like 48 years. So That's what I grew up to see, and I think that's why I have a different mindset, and that's why I'm not like your average modern black woman, because it's just insane to me. And not a lot of women are married, and you're married, so I give it to you. You are a good woman. You have to be a good woman to keep a man.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
You heard my husband in the background. He sounds like a happy guy, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. He sounds happy. I'm sure you keep him happy. you know. But
All right.
I'm gonna
Mhm.
change. I'm gonna change the subject just a little bit, because we said we had a couple of segments. So let's
Mhm.
talk about. Did you guys hear about the rapper from Maryland? He passed away. He was pretty young, and his mom had his funeral in a nightclub. They had him propped up against the wall, dressed in club clothes, with his eyes propped open. Everybody was popping bottles and dancing and singing his rap songs while he's just standing there deceased. Did anybody hear about that? And if you did, what are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Well,
It's your
What?
birthday.
that
It's your
is
birthday.
well that's what's called an abomination. It's an
It's your
abomination.
birthday.
What the
It's
hell?
your birthday.
Abomination.
I wish you could see my face right now. My God.
It's your
What?
Yeah,
birthday.
What?
you guys didn't hear about that?
No, I don't really keep
It's an
up with
I
it.
did. I
abomination.
saw it, and it looked bad.
It looked real bad. And the mother said he would have wanted this. I think it's
No,
disrespectful. I think it's morbid. I think she's wrong for that. Apparently, the father wasn't in his life, so that probably played a part in her making that decision. 'Cause
I
she didn't have
agree.
a man in the household.
but he's
So,
not the first person to do. That's not the first time that's happened because this happened to a guy that was in like a motorcycle club, and they propped him up on his motorcycle in the middle of a club, and
Mhm.
they did the same thing. It's crazy. Like
oh my
that's
God.
the
No,
trend
no,
that's
no.
going
The
on that I
motorcycle
don't
club.
agree with.
But
Clout
the
on top of
motorcycle club
clout on
thing is
top of
different.
clout on top of clout.
Right.
The motorcycle club thing is different because those were men. You see, when women make the decision like that, it tends to be badder and worser than when the men make the exact same decision. Because like they know him as part of their MC culture to do stuff like that. And most of all, they can say definitively, I would want my motorcycle club brethren to do the same for me, where she can't say that because she's never been in a young man's shoes. It's wronger. See, this is where female leadership falls short.
I have to agree with that little
Yeah.
statement at the end because because I'm I got a single mom, and it'd be some things she'll say like I for example I like sushi, and then I'll come over and out of nowhere like I'll be over her house and I was like, yeah, I got to taste for sushi, and her eyes just light up like she don't even know who the hell I am. You eat sushi? I'm like, yeah,
Oh,
I eat
what's wrong with
sushi.
that? I
Yeah,
love sushi.
yeah, that just her. It's like it's kind of comparing to what Game said because I agree with that. If knock on wood, I hope I don't. We'll just say 100 years from now, if I do kick over, my mom's still around. I can't. I literally have to probably write down how I want everything laid out for me. You know what I'm saying? So
She's
nobody.
still gonna take it away and say, oh no, I think that deep down this is what he wants. Listen to me and listen to me good, fellas. Every single decision a single mother makes is wrong. That's why they're single mothers. See, women only really have one decision in their life to make ever, and that is which penis to submit to. And if they didn't make it out of the whole lineup of penises out there, they still didn't make the right decision out of that one, then that just shows a poor decision making process that leads to you being propped up in a club at a damn funeral for idiots and thoughts to get to what's
To
that
celebrate you.
yeah, they're not celebrating. They're
Yeah.
not celebrating. They're
Did you see
stupid like
that?
that.
Did
It's
you?
respectable.
Yeah.
Anybody who goes to a party with a propped up dead person, a party slash funeral, is idiot. They don't celebrate stuff. They don't have
Morgan.
like the regular human brain that we have. They just respond to outside stimuli. They just like hear music and then they just gyrate. They don't think. That's
Yeah,
the
man.
problem. You know,
GC,
and
can
go
you
for it.
share it for me, please? I put the link in the chat, but my laptop's not working.
Yeah.
What's
Now I'll go to my screen. To double
Uh,
screen.
Hey,
think
gang,
he was trying to say
did you
something.
see the one? It was shown on I'm Preach, but it was circulating through the web where the woman, I think her uncle or grandfather passed away at the funeral, and she actually started doing like the little horsey poses, the selfies, in high heels and stuff in front of her dead grandfather, whoever. And
No,
then
but
gave this
it
huge.
doesn't surprise me. Nothing single mothers do surprise me. Like
Well,
it's very rare to where I just say, because Melody sent me the link. And it's very rare that I'm actually shocked at something like that. You know why? Because I've seen boomers and I've seen their byproducts, so I know exactly how they behave and think, and it's just not in a good way.
I don't know. I was pretty shocked. Just
I'm sorry. What were you
I
saying?
I just think I'm pretty shocked actually. It's
Oh, I'm watching it now. What kind of club is this?
I think it's Bliss nightclub in Maryland.
I mean I find it, I guess on one side I've always thought it was a little bit weird and morbid when they would have like those wakes at people's houses for like
Hmm.
days, and then like the actual body would be just like there in the living room. They'd set it all up, and I always thought that was strange anyway.
Did they say
So
how old was? They did say how old was the mom, because these seem like a lot of young kids I see in the background.
Well,
In
that's the
the
thing.
I
The guy
saw
was
it.
really young. I think he's like in his early 20s, so that's sad in itself. But his mother's probably only in her 40s.
Yeah, but see,
Yeah.
all this doing is pushing a narrative for other people that like this is the cool thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's stupid. That's what's stupid. See, I don't even want to get into it. Here,
I
I'll
know.
show you.
That's
I
that's a
couldn't
lot.
believe it. Yeah, but my next question to you guys is about single mothers. Would you date a single mother?
All
I
right.
have.
Well, oh,
I have.
I have as well. See, here's the thing about MILFs, Melody. The key portion of MILF is the F part. It's the F part. That's what it is. Now,
Say that again.
The
no,
F
no.
part.
The
Yeah,
key
I like how you said.
F
Screw
part.
you, Deuce.
However, do I reasonably consider them for long-term, eternal relationships? No, no, no. You had a whole baby pulled out of your vaginas. No, no. And then they say stuff. Then they say stuff like they regular women. Like, no, you can't do that. Like, for example, I used to be a very handsome young man, right? In my early 20s, I asked a woman who was a single mother, I was like, hey, me and some friends are going to Great America. Great America is Six Flags. Great America is what we call it out here, and it's a theme park. And she said, okay, great, but I have my daughter. Can she come? Hell no, she can't come. What kind of madness is that? This is a outing between young adults. Nobody want to be with somebody lurking around talking about they not tall enough to ride with the big kids. No, get out, take your vagina and go. Just the fact that you think you are entitled to regular stuff that childless women are entitled to is beyond me. No, you get lesser. You get lesser. There is certain food you can't order on the menu. Like, you are a lesser woman and you should be treated as such, and all time your vagina isn't worth as much. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. I think that single mothers should understand that their vagina isn't worth the same as it was pre-kid. And I said this on Bernard Riley. You know, when you open up a can of soda, you know that sound? You
Yeah.
know that sound? That is the sound of a soda being worthless. Like, when
Yeah.
baby come out your vagina, that is, and you hear the wah, that is the sound of your vagina diminishing. That is it.
Oh,
It's still there, but it's lesser.
now
Well,
I
what if she
heard
had a
you say,
C-section?
yeah. What
Huh?
if you had a C-section?
No, it's still the point. The point is you still gotta start
I
up.
know you. Yeah, they're making like extra detailish on your scenario.
No, it is better. It is better, but they still have that scar. The scar is a diminished, no matter what, it's a L. It's a L.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
be
a
a
used
yeah,
car. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like it got miles on it.
Wrecked car
I,
that got fixed up.
Well,
I've
actually,
heard a guy say, I've heard a guy say, I will never raise another man's nut or orgasm. I'm like, what?
That's the biggest saying in the manosphere. Like it's even Kevin Simmons said it. I'm not trying to quote him anything else, but it was said before him. Like it's more, we know that it's more of a struggle and a hassle, but a lot of women don't, even if we did, a lot of women don't appreciate that. Like, oh, I'm taking care of your seed, your kids. The other guy, all the stuff you was screaming about for 10 years, 5 years, child support, the baby daddy ain't here, blah, blah. I know a buddy who was in the Air Force. He married the chick, raised her kid that wasn't his, took her travel all over the world. And then the dude, he was telling me stories that the kid's father used to call and try to curse him out and chastise him how to raise his kid. And he was actually entertaining it. And I'm like, are you serious?
Oh
And
my God.
then when he got out, all the stuff he did for her, then he come back home and reality hits her. She cheats on him and tell him she don't want to be bothered with him no more.
And see,
See, that's what they do.
here's what they don't tell you. Here's what they don't tell you about stepfatherhood. I know a stepfather. And guess what? You get all the bads and none of the goods. You get none of the goods. So say you get to buy the Christmas gifts and all that stuff, but do you get to walk your stepdaughter down the aisle? Nope. Nope. Like all the goodies that come with fatherhood, you don't get. And the goodies, the few goodies that you do get can get taken away at any time. She could take those kids and you are not the father, even if you have developed a bond, even if you were super dad, head of the baseball league and blah, 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 blah. It don't matter. If the mama say so, you are just a hated nagaga. You are just somebody like, don't talk to that stranger anymore. At the drop of a penny, she could just change her mind like that. Nope. It is not a good endeavor. And yes,
in some states,
yeah.
some states you're on the hook forever.
Yeah. And I did build a rapport with a couple of kids too. I did build a rapport with a couple of kids, and I feel bad. I feel bad when I leave a mom, knowing that I'm leaving the kids with a single mother. But it's not my option. It's theirs, But
Yeah.
she would have to be spectacular. She would have to be spectacular. Like, and when I say spectacular, I'm talking about like a gymnastic ballerina ninja, like who like is so light she could walk on tree branches like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragons, and then like hit a flip off the tree branch and land on my penis. Like she would have to be spectacular in order to be a single mother, to make up for the fact that she's a single mother.
Well, JC, I heard you say that a single mother overseas is better than a single mother here. Now, can you explain why that is?
Yes, generally across the board, most of the women in the rest of the world are better than American women in every metrics that we measure women. And when I say America, I'm extending to Canada. I'm talking about North America. I'm talking about the West, Ruby. I'm saying that I'm saying that non-Western women, whether it's Eastern women, Oriental, for example, or Indian or Muslim or something like that, or Southern women like Africa or South Americans or something, are better in the sense that we think of women, which means that a single mother overseas, because she's a better woman, is still better than a single mother here. And also, a childless woman overseas is better than a childless woman here in a non-Western culture. And like a woman that can sing there is better than a woman that can sing here. Pretty much in every way, all things equal, they're better there because there have better women than here. Now, I'm not talking about sexually. I'm not talking about sexually. However, they're better that way too. Some of them, Haitians in particular.
Can I ask a question? I know I'm new and I didn't get an introduction.
Yeah, let's introduce you first. So, guys, I told y'all it was not false advertising. Okay, Minka was gonna come. Minka's here.
What's good?
Welcome. What's up?
Good,
She's the
guys?
other half of the Gray Pill podcast, y'all. So thank you so much for coming. I'm so happy you can make it.
I am so sorry. I've been hectic as all hell, and I was really upset that I wasn't going to be able to. And I'm actually like driving, so forgive me for the background noise. I just have a quick question though. What country do you live in, sir?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm originally from Oakland, California. I live in the United States of America.
So you do currently live in the United States of America?
Yes, I do.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. You see, in my travels, oh no, it's a fair question. In my travels, I've discovered that women are better, and in my staying my ass here in California, I've discovered that women are better. The women that come here are better than the women who are born here. You know, just like in my travels, I determined that Arkansas is a shitty place to live. You know, you can determine these things in your travel. And also just by being here, if a chick came from Mississippi, she tend to be fat and ugly. Like you can determine the quality of stuff. You don't actually have to, live.
Right, but I would like to make sure that you understand you are comparing women in America compared to other people in third world countries. In any other country, there's a different level of standards. Where your standards are in America or going to another country could be classified as taking advantage of another country or a lower class country, if you would. But it's you're not saying all that. You're just saying like women are nothing in comparison to other countries, which I'm like,
okay,
oh,
I'll
what's
bite.
up?
I'll bite taking advantage of the third world country. Where are your shoes made, ma'am? I know you're driving. However, your left foot is free. Tell me what country your shoes is made in.
I'm sorry, 100%, sir. Absolutely, my shoes are made in China, and I purchased them from other countries, and I will tell you, they are not the same. China makes
Exactly.
the best damn shoes. The one thing that I
Exactly.
will tell you is that what you're basing it off of is that I'm actually paying hundreds of dollars for my shoes from the third vendor that it's going to. I'm not going directly to China. Am I a consumer? Absolutely. But it is not the same thing as what you're saying to go to another country and you're talking about being the first vendor.
No, I'm saying women from other countries. I did mention that them coming here, just like your shoes came here. Just to be clear, you go to where the best deal is, or you bring the best deal to your feet.
Right.
That
So
is
when
what
okay,
smart,
oh, wait,
that is
wait,
what
wait.
smart
I got
consumers
you.
do.
I
Mika,
got you.
I am a
Wait, I got you.
consumer. I
Okay,
am a
I'm gonna shut
consumer
up.
of vagina, and if it's better elsewhere, then I consume it from elsewhere. That's just it. Like
Wait,
Ethiopian women
can
are
you?
gorgeous. So
Of
yes,
course, I agree. Hey, I 100% agree. But what you just said, this is what you just said. You go where the best deals are, right?
exactly. Mhm.
So if you're going where the best deals are, I know that if I made my shoes here in the United States, I would be paying at least $700 to $800 to have a shoemaker make me a shoe from scratch. And I know this because I had a shoemaker make me my favorite pair of heels, and that's how much it costed with genuine leather. And I still have those shoes to this day. These things are 12 years old. I spent a damn good chunk of money on them. However, the best deal is going to come from China. But how long do those shoes last me? Probably a couple of months, maybe a year or two at most. So when you say you are getting the best deal, sir, what you are actually saying is I am settling for less than what I believe that I can achieve, which is perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with that because it's also, and I want to defend you on this severely because I think I know a lot of men that don't. It's like I hate it when like if I say like I don't like Asian men and then Asian men are like you're racist. Like no, it's a preference. So
No, it is. It is.
if your preference is ethnic vajayjay, I get it because I'm not one to say that anything wrong with any other woman. But I think that the issue that you'd have a lot more success in being completely transparent in the sense that you are going to something else, which is the best deal for you, as opposed to trying to, in the way that you're trying to communicate this, belittle American women when we have some of the finest damn women in the world here in the United States. Most of the women that are in other countries want to come here specifically because it's all shiny and pretty and all the pretty girls. That's the way we have marketed. That's the way I'm living in Los Angeles. That is the way it is.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Does that make sense?
The women want to come here for me. The women want to come to America.
Hey,
Don't laugh.
come on.
The women want to come. The women want to come to America for American men. They're not coming here to find prettier women than themselves. No, they are coming here to find wealthy, well-to-do husband material men. And you see, I'm not saying that foreign women are just cheaper. or anything. I'm saying that they're better in each and every single metric that there is to measure women, meaning that they are slimmer and that they remain slimmer longer, that they're more submissive, and that they age less quicklier and stuff like that. They're less pizza. They're less pizza eater. They're better in each and every single way. It would be the equivalent to if you went and you took your $700 and that shoemaker and you took it to a Chinese shoemaker and he made you a shoe that hovers, a shoe that hovers, a shoe that you can actually fly with. Okay, it would be like if you took that there and he made Iron Man boots compared to the shoes that you have that lasted 12 years. It's better in each and every single way. Plus, it's cheaper. Listen,
Hey,
some
you
people,
like Asian
some
women, right?
people, huh?
You like Asian women, right?
I'm not physically attracted to them. No, here's what I like. Here is my
I'm just trying to guess. Because that's
no,
what you
no,
kind of
I'll
described.
tell you, I'll tell you my hierarchy. There's
Uh-huh.
Ethiopian Eritrean women. There's half black and Filipino women. There
Those
is
are beautiful.
yes, they are. Yes, they are. So that's part Asian.
I believe we call them Blasian, do we not?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, the Blasians.
I'm like
I
with you,
swear to God,
Goose.
that's like one of the most like races that I am fucking jealous that I've always been like, I wish I was a Blasian baby.
They
I,
are
Sorry,
pretty.
carry on.
They're gorgeous.
they are
Yeah.
extraordinarily attractive. Yeah.
Carry on.
After that, it would be a South American women of most places, particularly Chile or Brazilian. And then after that, you start to move into the Nordic regions, followed by the Slavic regions. I would say at the
Oh,
absolute
you like me.
Wow, what's your nationality?
So I'm
Mhm.
Mexican, Argentine, and Slovakian.
Oh, there
Oh,
you go.
nice mix.
What's good, guys?
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like a horse breeding kick. Like, I mean, just like, I just like it a lot. Like,
Horse
Are you gonna-
breeding. What?
Are you gonna pull my mane?
I feel like Game put a lot of. I feel like Game put a lot of thought of this. Was like, yeah, I like my Aska-Kavlakian 3.3.
Hey, and
blood
that's
dripping.
I respect the crap out of that. I
Yeah,
respect
I ain't mad at it.
because it's like you like what you like. I'm just the thing that I have an issue with is like I'm gonna say this to you. What's your name, sir? Because
Game
I can't
changer.
see.
Game
What is
changer. Game changer or GC for short.
Okay, GC.
Mhm.
Game changer. I like game changer. Okay. So game changer. I appreciate and I respect what you're saying and the way that you represent it for yourself. The issue that I have with these kind of narratives is that people don't realize the value that they hold on these platforms talking this way. And so what happens is you are well-rounded, you know what you like, right? All these guys, let's say these guys that are hurt, they're upset at women, they think that that's the way it is. And what the narrative that you're saying is that they're better in every way. They may be better to you in what you like, but they may not be better to most men or other men. And I only say that because I'm the same way. I like white guys, but I cannot mess with pure white guys because they just don't have that extra that I need. You know what I mean? But I don't go around saying every race is better than a white man. Every race is better. They have bigger D's. They know how to stroke it better. They pull your hair better. They can rub your feet better. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's a different. It's a very different narrative.
No,
I told you you'd like her.
I get it. But see, here's the thing. I get what you're saying, Mika. But here's what I'm getting at when I say that all women are better. I'm saying that Western women don't even try. I think that Western women, if they put the same effort that women across the world put into being a better woman, including diet and exercise and stuff, they would be at the top. You mentioned the women in LA. Absolutely. Every time I go to LA, which hadn't been a while, granted. Last time I went to a wedding in Compton. That was the last time I was there. But I will say that those are exceptionally beautiful women, there. But they try. And the cold part is that they're not trying because of the men, because they want to.
The fuck you mean? Hold up.
No. Listen to me good. The reason why women in LA are hotter is because they are trying to capitalize on their looks. and not through being a better wife and mother. No, because their careers are tied to it. Many of them are in the entertainment industry,
Like
and the
OnlyFans?
women, huh?
Like OnlyFans and porn?
Well, I was thinking if
Or
they,
you mean
you could
sugar
do that pretty much
babies?
anywhere. You could do that pretty much anywhere. I'm saying LA, particularly for the movie industry.
For the movie
So
industry, you gotta suck dick to get a part. So I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to follow with what you're saying. How they're not trying to be better wives versus other countries.
well, you got to
Other
suck dick to be a
countries,
wife too.
right? But
Can,
other countries don't have as many rights as women in America do. I'm not saying everywhere, but generally speaking, you go to Thailand, Bangkok, Vietnam, you go to the Philippines, even let alone women. Children are used in the sex industry like a mofo, and then they're sewn up to be used again and as a virgin thing. If you
hold up.
what? Yeah,
That
no,
is
I'm
none
just.
of my business. When I'm talking
I
about
know,
women,
I know.
I'm talking.
But
I'm talking.
wait, let me finish.
I'm talking about
Let me
adult women.
finish.
Don't bring
Can
that
I finish?
madness here. Don't
Can I
bring that
finish?
madness into the
May
conversation.
I finish? May I finish?
Go for it.
Okay. I'm not accusing you of that. I want to make that very apparently clear because I do respect you
I
and I
don't
want
want
to
to
give you
talk about it
the
though.
respect.
Why you bring it up?
Because I'm saying, like, if you take that kind of mentality, women have to provide, women have to be good wives, or women have to keep their mouths shut, women have to do everything that the man says.
Good.
That's
Good. I mean, I don't really care. Listen, I don't care how food is made as long as it tastes good. I don't care the rigorous process that went into making a woman a better woman. I do not care. If you into like if you
I don't
no
fuck with you
listen
no
to me
more, homie.
listen to me. Say you are into beat ass guys, right?
What's a
Guys
beat
that
ass?
know
Wait,
how. Well,
what's a
let
beat
me
ass guy?
finish. I'll let you finish. Say you
Okay.
are into kung fu fighting type, can beat up 10 guys in a bar type dude. Say you are into
Okay.
that dude. That is your type. That is what you like. Do you care how he got that way? Do you care if he had to do that because at 12 years old he had to beat his own father to death? Do you care if he was
Absolutely.
raised in if he was raised in prison? Do you care if he was punched in the face by Navy SEALs as a part of training, and then after on the last day of training they kicked him in the balls? You do not care about
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Excuse me. Yes, I want to correct you. Yes, I do care because that's the man that's going to raise my children.
Mm-hmm.
That's the man that's going to show my son or daughter what it means to be a man.
Yeah, but they're better at that too. See, whatever the process that made them that way.
But I can see that you don't care.
No, I don't care about the process that made them that way. No, I don't. I'm happy that they're that way. I'm happy that they're that way.
Household.
Huh?
I'm putting it together. I'm assuming you like to have control in your household, right?
Well, yes, I do.
There you go. All right, cool. And that's cool. Whatever floats your boat, man. Now I understand.
That floats every man's boat.
Not every man. Most of the guys I fuck with really like my banter and really like to put me in my place, and I really like that too. But they have to have something to put in a place, you know?
No, there is a thrill of putting a woman in her place. I agree with that. I agree. I do get turned on by the process of breaking a woman to my design. However, if she comes pre-broken, then however, what I refuse to deal with is an unbreakable woman, and there's far too many of these here in America.
Wouldn't you say that it could possibly be that you just can't break an unbreakable woman? That it's unbreakable to you?
Yeah,
those are your standards?
Okay, that's fair enough.
Okay.
That's fair enough.
I really like your honesty. I will say that. I like your honesty.
Well, thank you. I'm an honest man. See, here's my point. Here's my point. Let's take Jada Pinkett. Should a man waste his penis trying to break her? Nope. He should go to, other places in the world where they come pre-broken. Some people like sunflower seeds inside of the shell. Other people like, the pre-broken sunflower seeds where you could just eat them. It don't matter.
So is it fair to say then, instead of assuming and stating that all women in other countries are better than women in this country, is it safe to assume that all women are better in other countries in most ways than women in this country for men that like to have control in their house?
No, all men want to have control in their house. I'm saying that as an aggregate. Just like
What's an aggregate for our audience?
Huh? No, or
What's
excuse me. Just as a mean, on average, it's better. Just like my penis is bigger than the average Asian penis. I'm not saying it's bigger than all of them. I'm pretty sure there's somebody out there named Hong Lo that could just beat mine to death. However, on average, mine is better or bigger, I should say. On average, just a general consensus, they're better at being a woman. I'm pretty sure that there's some 250-pound Ethiopian chick that hadn't got eaten by a giant
for a
bird yet.
man?
Huh?
For a man that wants to have control in his house.
Most every man wants to have control in their house.
That's an assumption for you.
That is not an assumption. That's part of being a man.
Okay.
To a certain degree, a man, this is the part, men have this idea that it's like, you must obey because I'm a man and I got a big dick. But the reality is women are fucking wild creatures and they want to submit. The difference is we want to submit to someone that we trust. So I can tell from what you're saying, like you're a man you want to have it pre-broken because you don't want to have to deal with that. I get that 100%.
No. I want it pre-broken, or I am willing to break. I am willing to break unruly women. Listen, every now and again you get a horse that comes with a saddle on it, and every now and again you get one that you have to ride into submission. I am open to both. What I am not going to deal with is a zebra. Okay, I'm not going to, and it's too many damn zebras here. It's too many damn things that look like horses, but they can't be broken. Huh?
GC, what is that screen you're trying to share? You trying to share something?
No, this is from a long time ago when you was talking about
Yeah.
You asked for it.
That's the funeral footage.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what is that?
Huh? I'm using an analogy.
Yeah, but women aren't horses, just the same way as men aren't dogs.
I'm using an analogy. My point is that I don't mind breaking them, and I don't mind them coming pre-broken because the end justify the means. Okay, and at the end of the day, I want my women broken. However, what? Why you said? However, in this country, for far too many women, the breaking process takes too long, and by the time they are broken, they are too damn old. So it's not even worth it at that point.
You are absolutely right, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I like how you call me sir. It turns me on a little bit. That tells me how much time
whoa. Back up there, homie. We're not gonna be calling you sir if you're gonna be saying that it turns you on, because then I'm just gonna get creeped out and I don't like it. So I will respect you.
I gotta
no,
fight.
I'm not saying.
I'll respect you.
Listen to me. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that to be creepy. I'm saying that to say it shows me that you are breakable. That there is.
It shows me that I am submissive. I am not.
Yes,
breakable.
exactly. That's good. But you are not submitting, are you? You're not submitting.
Not to you. No,
not
not.
Are you submitting to a person at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's good. That's good. The fact that you say sir shows that you can submit to someone, and that's good news for him.
Now, let me ask a question. I want to ask you a question, Minka, because I asked Angelus earlier, but you weren't here. I'm like, I gotta just ask the question, try to get Minka into the spirit of things, even though you weren't there.
Exactly.
Right. So basically, we were just talking about, women's, or I guess what we'll say is the modern woman's standard as far as, who she would submit to. And so I asked, hey, well, does Minka have those standards as far as like saying, no, I don't date guys who are under, making under 100K, or who don't drive certain kinds of cars, or who can't provide a certain lifestyle. So that's my question to you. Do you have those requirements, and what are they for you to date to and to submit to a man?
So I don't necessarily have like requirements on the financial standpoint, because I'm a firm believer that if you have a man that actually has his own drive, not a project where you pick up a loser and you're like, I can make him into a trophy. But an actual man that has his own drive, already wants things for himself. You see him working hard and all of that. I don't really have a problem as long as it's not less than what I make. As long as it's more than what I make.
Okay. So it does have to be more than what you make.
Yeah, because it's a respect thing. I want to be able to call him daddy.
Oh, I was going to ask you that. Would you respect him if he made less? But you answered my question.
Brick City, we up.
So let me ask you this, Mika.
So Melody, I want to ask you this.
Okay, go ahead.
From what she said, would you say that him being a high earning man is part of his breaking process?
Yes. As long as you, yeah, that's what I think she's saying.
Yeah, I agree.
So then my next question would be this, right? So you obviously have, standards, which everyone should, right? But let's say, those men shifted their standard for what they would want from you to date you. Would you be willing to change significantly just to be able to get a man who, earns more than you and can provide a certain lifestyle that you're looking for?
So what I like is very specific, and it's very hard to come by, especially in LA and even in a lot of areas, actually. Like, I like the alpha, like the actual man's man, not the one that says he's an alpha, but the one that actually is. That means he's a natural provider. He's a natural caretaker. He has a nurturing side for his women. He may be a dick, but he's not a dick to me, at least, and he respects me in and out of the house, and I do so as well. If I'm able to find that in a person and he makes more than me and he checks out all the qualifications and like he wants, and it's not just about making more than me, it's like he's wanting to make a shit ton so that we can make a shit ton together and build something together. Yes, it depends on what it is. If it has to do with my personality and who I am as a person, meaning like I'm very outgoing, but I know like if we were at a work event for his work and someone said something that I didn't like, I'm going to keep my mouth fucking shut because I'm a reflection of him, right? I'm representing him in a way. But there are certain things where it's like, if someone were to grab my ass and he wanted me to sit down and just not make a big scene, then that's not my fucking person.
Okay. So like, what if it was like he wanted you to do a Janet Jackson's, like Janet Jackson got married to that multi-billionaire or whatever, and then suddenly she was wearing like, basically wearing big baggy bags and, no one could see her body anymore, or her face, no makeup, the whole nine. What if he really wanted you to change?
So if you look at my Instagram, I look like a total like LA ho. Like I don't even, no, Angelus hates when I say it, but the reason that I say it is because I'm actually the complete opposite, where I am not one. I'm hard to attain. So if the person that I was seeing wanted to, we were in a serious relationship and like he wanted to post me, but he's like, hey, this is a reflection, like, could you cover up a bit or like be more modest? I would be okay with that. But if he wanted me to wear baggy jeans, which is the complete opposite to an extreme, absolutely not. No. I like my clothes. I like dressing up. I like looking good. I like showing off that I have curves and I'm not a stick. Like, I don't have a problem with like, if it's like, I'll say today is like 90 degrees in LA, right? I was wearing a crop top with a bathing suit strap underneath and like shorts, the booty ass shorts the entire day. If I was with someone that wanted me to be more modest, I probably would have worn a tank top that covered my midriff, and I could do that. But anything more than that, no.
You know what? Actually, I agree with her.
Answer me this. So your man, the man that you described that you want, that's rare and everything. You're in your air conditioned home, because I live in Cali and I understand the weather. You're in your air conditioned home. Yeah, air conditioned home. You're in your air conditioned home, and he said, I have some friends coming over, put a robe on, right?
Robe?
Yes, a robe.
Why a robe? Hell,
because
like,
you have nothing. No, you are walking around. You're walking around in t-shirt and panties right now, and he says, "Get the door. Put a robe." He says, "Put a robe on. Get the door. I have some friends coming over to play dominoes or to play poker because you like white guys." So he says that. Do you put a robe on and get the door?
I would get the door if I'm just getting the door, but then I would put on pants and a t-shirt.
Okay.
Like I'm not saying in a robe.
I actually agree with her. If it's hot weather outside and you live in California or Miami or something like that, it's okay to wear what you want to wear. But if you have a husband, then it's different. Right. So I do agree with you.
I feel like that's the part that I feel like a lot of women don't comprehend. Like, you are just like that man. We always tell guys, don't make me fucking look stupid, right?
Oh yeah.
That's what we tell them, because what is that? That is a reflection on us as a female, as his girl, as his woman. If he's talking to other females and clowning around town, he's making us look like a fucking moron. And that's the same equivalent when men are asking women, hey, can you cover up? I'm not saying like unjustified. If you were to ask me to stay on a robe or ask me to put sweatpants on so my body doesn't cover, that's a whole other issue that I'm like, no, that's an extreme. But if he's asking me to cover up because his friends are coming over and he doesn't want like to seem like he's with a loose woman that wants all of his friends' attention, I get that. I will say the kind of guy that I'm looking for is the kind that's going to want to show me off, not to the point where I'm half naked, but to the point where he's like, if someone does look at me, he puts his arm around me and he's like, that's my piece of ass. You know what I mean?
I ain't gonna lie.
Wait. That is his piece of ass. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
No, because there are different types of men who handle things differently. I know what you mean. So there are men who would get upset or angry, and then there's men who's gonna they feel, because I said this about my husband and people didn't understand, but I'm like, no, that's exactly, he loves the praise and attention that I get. He loves it. It makes him feel great. So he likes to walk in and be like, yeah, this is mine. You know, he might actually palm and grab it out just to prove.
I'm in agreement with your husband. But all men want the choice. All men want to choose their mate's wardrobe. They want to be able to choose the tank top or the. I'm
gonna be honest, bro. I can care less. As long as she's respecting me outside the house. I mean, clearly she ain't walking out.
Not caring leads to Will and Jada.
No. I'm sure she's gonna ask me, because this is me. God. My experience is dating women. 9 to 10 times they're gonna ask regardless. Hey, how do you think I look in this? Do you think I'm fat? Blah blah. All the normal questions. That's across the board. That's gonna happen regardless. But if she's walking out her door respectfully, like she said, she like to dress nice, whatever. Long as she's not dressing like a fucking whore. Again, no disrespect to Melody, anybody else. Like I was going through your YouTube channel where we had like that little intermission time, Melanie. So, and I'm gonna give this example because I'm glad to spin around to that. If you're single, then yeah, you're dressing the part. Just like men gonna go out to the bars and the clubs and hang out on the homeboys. But if you're in a relationship and you're saying that you're exclusive, then you need to start acting accordingly. If you're saying that you're engaged and you're living with your spouse, act accordingly. If you're a husband and wife, act accordingly. Now, again, and I'm throwing this to Mika. If she's single, do you, boo-boo? You're acting like a single lady. But if we're in a relationship and we have that confirmation, like, look, we're together, then clearly bring it, dial it down a notch. So that's what I'm saying. I don't care to the sense of if we're walking out together and some dude walk past and she's doing this and just to get his attention, there's a problem. But those two scenarios I just gave, if she's out and I'm like, I'm not gonna hang around 24/7. She's at a party. She probably go off for a minute. I go off for a minute, and then I get back to her. But I'm like at a 10-foot distance. I see how she's acting and carrying herself. That's a fucking turner. Why? Because she's not giving herself to these other guys. She's pretty much like saying no in a way. Or if I hear her in the background, and I give an example. I had an ex-girlfriend. I had my girlfriend in the past. Me and my boy was driving the car. We got to a red light. She's in the back. I wasn't thinking nothing else. These dudes was trying to hit on her while she's in the back seat. So I didn't think none of it. So by the time I saw in the cut of my eye, did I get out the car and want to fight them and anything else? Nope. I looked at her, waved my finger to her, come here, slobbed the fuck down, and the old homeboy started laughing at him. Why? Because that's my ass. That's my piece of ass.
Wow, you have to let them know. Exactly.
Well, no, I mean,
I want that.
I'm about that life, girl.
No, men are different in how they want their women to dress. Men are different. Some of them want to show off what they got. Some of them want modesty.
Say earlier that all men
no. Listen to me. Okay. Men want that particular. But what is universal is that men want to have that particular control. They want the ability to control that. Now, what I am saying, and this is part of the whole better comment. I can't hear that. Who's that?
Yeah, there's a lot of noise.
That's
Ken Sean, is that you?
It's Sean.
He just muted.
Yeah. But however, what is universal is that men want the right to determine what's appropriate and what's inappropriate. Men want certain level of control over their women's wardrobes, and that's where the breaking process comes. That's why we want them broken. And that is why I am saying that foreign women, non-Western women rather, are better, because they're better in that regard. You want to know what they do when you say put on a sweatpants? They put on a sweatpants. See, Western women have too many I don't do's. They have too many I don't do this.
I agree with that
I
part,
don't do that.
but I don't agree to the part about the.
I don't work out. I don't diet. I don't exercise. I don't parent. I don't cook. I don't clean. They got too many I don'ts. I don't wear my natural hair. I don't. They got too many I don't, making all the women who do better.
I agree to that last part.
Yeah.
Part. Go ahead, Deuce. I'm sorry.
I'll say this about the appreciate it, GP. I'll say this about the whole thing about having a woman like, you know, put something on that's a little bit more modest when you have company, right? If we go to a beach or something like that, right, someplace that's appropriate for you to be half naked, I don't know these people. I'm showing you off. This is a venue for me to show you off. But if we're in my house and I'm inviting guests to the house, right, some of these guests might be my friends. Some of these guests might be coworkers. You know what I'm saying? This is where these are the people that talk about you. This is your brand. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey man, you know, Deuce got that girl, you know what I mean? Real beautiful girl, real nice lady, right? She was a good hostess, blah, blah, blah. I'd rather that than, hey man, you see her walking around with the booty cheeks out? Man, I can't wait to go back over there and play some poker. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to protect the brand. You know what I'm saying? Because I can control what people see and I can control what people perceive. I can't control what people say. Right? You know what I'm saying? But at least I can control what the perception is in my home. So if I ask a woman to, hey, listen, can you put on something a little bit more modest? I'm not telling you to put on a whole hijab and a kimar and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, hey, if we in the house, like another example, if I'm in a house with a pool, right? And she just got off the pool, no problem. Hey, babe, when you come back, you know what I'm saying? You don't gotta be still walking around with a bathing suit on. You can put on something so modest. Hey guys, I'm sorry. Boom, I just got off the pool. I'm gonna go change real quick. Put something a little bit more presentable. It's about being presentable.
I think it's about being respectful. One of the things that I always think that men and women both want in a relationship that isn't really talked about enough is that both really just want to be respected. Men want the respect. I am the man. Like, you should, if you wanted, quote, that man, you're supposed to also give me that reign and give me that treatment. But women are also saying, like, I just want to be respected. And the men are also supposed to respect the women and that they have their own brains and that they have their own minds. They should be coming together. And I do hear what you guys say, but I can't say that it's like women are this way, men are this way.
I disagree.
You're next, Michelle.
Okay.
Can you let me finish before you guys?
Yeah, go ahead, Minka. Go ahead.
It's what I'm trying to say is that there are differences in every aspect. I can tell you, I cook, I clean, I like doing that for my partner. I like being submissive, and I'm in LA, the mecca of all these bad bitches getting money and getting that bag and not doing any of that, right? So I'm just saying, and in my experience, I get not all. I've had a good dating record. I shouldn't say that, but I've gotten a couple of douchebags that like are just the way that a lot of women describe men. So I just like keeping the narrative of like, not all women are like that. Just like not all men are assholes.
Can I ask?
I do know that not all women are like that, but I will say that there's a higher concentration of women that are not like that elsewhere. And
all the women I know cook and clean and do all that. I'm so confused.
No, excuse me. Listen, Church's Chicken wouldn't exist if that were true, okay?
Shout out to Church's Chicken.
Like
hey, I want to try Church's Chicken. I haven't tried it.
Yeah, Hungry Man Dinners wouldn't
got you,
exist.
girl.
You know, DoorDash and Uber Eats wouldn't exist if a high concentration of women weren't like that, okay? Let's be clear.
I'm just letting you know.
Too many of them are. No matter what the percentage, it is a greater percentage of women who do better stuff overseas. That's all I'm saying. You know.
Can I give some
anecdotal evidence real quick? Let's
individual women here.
Yeah.
Go, GC, finish, and then can Sean, you go, because we need to get the new people on the panel. So go ahead, finish, GC, and then can Sean. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not talking about the individual women here. I'm pretty sure you three ladies, you know, cook, clean, you know all the positions and have a 25-minute gag reflex. I'm pretty sure that is all of the women here. But I'm talking about, generally speaking, the collective of Western women are worser at being women than the collective of non-Western women. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thanks for that,
Because
JC. Let me have Ken Sean, and then you can go ahead and respond, Mika. Go ahead, Ken Sean.
okay.
Yeah, so I came up tonight because I'm from the Bahamas and I can bring the perspective, not mainly to help GC's point, but it is true about island women or women from smaller continents competing, and Steve Harvey said it best. You have to let these men father these sons, because what has happened now is, for instance, if my wife ever sees that she disagreed with me in the front of our children, girl or boy, now it's a manipulation session with me and my kids, because one can go to the mother and ask beyond me, and now it's a manipulation. And now, did you ask your mother? Or I asked mom, she said yes. There's no leadership. And this is what GC is saying, mom. There's too many no you won't do in the front of your husband. I'm not talking about boyfriends, because I don't believe in that. But when you're talking about, you're challenging me in the front of my kids, you don't do this, you don't do that, you have a say in the front of me when my word is not final, then why did you choose me? But no, you're not choosing me. You're choosing these dudes who are either good looking, have the 3 6s as they say, and they're good looking. So you're not choosing the educated, grounded, structured man who's a leader. You're choosing who you're choosing. So this is why GC and I and others, we would pick who would more than likely, fall under the leadership, because we that's all we want. We don't want to control anything. We should be leading as men, and you fall under that. Period. So, would you choose to, get a guy above 6 feet, gangster or Tupac persona, and these are who you're choosing? Because I could tell you, there's 40-year-old men out here with degrees that, yes, they are unicorns, they are black, and you're not choosing them.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Ken Sean. And we have Poppy up here. Hi, Poppy.
Yo, how you doing?
Good. What is your take on the
Hey,
conversation?
Poppy.
So,
Hey,
girl, so
Poppy.
how is everybody doing tonight?
Good. How are you
Good, bro.
doing?
Good.
What's your take on the
Yeah,
situation?
what would be the can you repeat the question? Which question do you want me to answer?
Oh, whatever one you want. We spoke on a lot tonight, so whatever you want to address.
Well, I
Well,
had a question if
my
you're ready
man,
for questions. So
um,
do you prefer women who are submissive or women who are combative?
I mean, I'm pretty sure 100% of the men on planet Earth would pick a submissive woman.
I agree.
Um,
Do you feel that women
yes,
abroad are more submissive than the women in the West?
well, I was born in Colombia, so my people come from the Latino culture.
Hmm.
So it's a little different. I was raised in New York, so I got to see like
Hi.
the best. Like I got to see the best of both worlds. I mean, I didn't live in Colombia, so but the woman of my family was raised out there, so it's a little different. Um, the thing is, in America, women have been raised to be independent. You see what I'm saying? Women pretty much have been raised to kind of compete with men, left to right. And they have drilled that into their head to the point that now that women is walking around like they are men and they are equal to a man. So therefore, you're gonna see a lot of women that would be combative. They won't work with the man no more. And if the woman kind of make a little bit more money than the man, she will look at the man as a loser, pretty much.
Hmm.
So that being said, right there, you're gonna find yourself in finding a lot of women with what they say now, a lot of masculine energy, and they won't work with the man. So, and when they realize when they realize that part is that when they old, and we can see a lot of examples of that on the Kevin Samuel show and all this other like kind of dating show. Like when the women wake up, it'd be like 35, 40 when they old as hell. And now they're ready to like pretty much settle for anything. And at that point, most men that don't want them because they'll when a woman's like 35, 40, that means they already got kids. A lot of men don't want to be a stepdaddy. I damn sure would be a stepdaddy. It's a lot of that coming. It's a lot that come into the equation that once the women get to 35, 40. So that's what I got to say about that.
Let me ask you a
So,
question,
do
Poppy.
you want a
Hold on,
Colombian
give me a
woman?
second,
Oh,
GC.
okay.
Okay, so I have a question for you since you know your culture is from somewhere I'm not familiar with. I'm not super familiar with Colombian culture. So I guess my question is, right? So the women, Colombian culture, women are more submissive. But I guess my question is, does every man in Colombia get a submissive wife? Or are there some men who don't get submissive wives or who don't get wives at all?
Damn it.
Well, yes, because in those, not necessarily in Colombia, but most of those countries down that area, yes, they will get a submissive wife. There is no way around it. It's like they don't have no choice, pretty much. I mean, don't get me wrong, we on the new days now, they change a little bit, but still, because most women out there are raised to serve the man. Like ever since they little, they are raised to serve the man, like do
Okay.
wife duties and stuff like that. And yes, to answer your question, is that my girl Ruby?
It is me, Poppy. What's up?
What's up, love?
He's so slow.
I
I just
know. You're on our show. This is me and Melody. We co-host this show, so hopefully you'll come back again.
yeah, but I can recognize you, man. I was looking at I'm like, hold on, Ruby. Oh, that's my. I mean, you married, so I can wife you no more. So.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. But no, yeah, I'm sick today, so my voice is a little different. And, we're having a slumber party. Y'all are all over here having a slumber party with us as we have these discussions with Gray Pill, Minka, and all of y'all. So,
Well, let me ask
we
you
in
this.
Canada
brother.
right now.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, brother. Say it was me, Gray Pill, and Kenshawn, right? And then Gray Pill walks up to you and say, "Hey, there's a party over here. There are a bunch of New York women. You should come." And then Kenshawn said, "Hey, there's a party over here. There's a bunch of Canada women at this party." And then I say, "Hey, there's a party over here. There's a bunch of Colombian bonitas here." Who do you go with?
Me personally, I go anywhere.
At least make
bro.
it fair
So,
and say something with a South.
The
He's
South
a New
don't.
York
like,
woman. You swear he's gonna pick a New York woman.
Have you seen pictures of the
like,
Southern women? Look like chitlins. Well, no.
the,
Like
New York.
chitlins. Oh my
the thing is,
God.
if we're in New York, man, New York is like the biggest city in the world, pretty much. It's the best city in the world, actually. So you're gonna find it's a lot of submissive women everywhere. Don't get me wrong. It's hard to find them. You know what I mean? Because it's not their fault 100%. It's just how they were raised. Most of them were raised by single moms.
Exactly.
That plays a part. Then you got a culture like shoving down their throat that they have to be like pretty much neck to neck with a man. You see what I'm saying? They want. Most of them they don't know. Like even though I have come across a lot of women that are
Well,
very very good women
I
actually.
prefer a woman that can take things shoved down her throat. Yeah. But no, which
Oh,
one? Which party would you go through? Which party would you go to?
most likely the little Spanish one first.
And because you know that you'll get better women there. That's the point I was trying to make earlier to the woman on the panel in the top right. That is the point I was making.
Mika.
Who? Mika?
Yeah, you said. I think you said you wanted them broken and all of that, right?
What he said is the process of breaking that I'm talking about, raised to be submissive. Yes, I would prefer that. Yes, absolutely. However,
it's just a preference.
willingness to submit. And I'm just saying, like the brother there, he would pick the Colombian women. Why? Because of the Catholic upbringing. So
Right.
yeah,
I already knew that.
Yeah. So,
but he's not.
but you
I don't
wanna-
think he's in the. Hey, but Poppy, do you want to break a woman?
What you mean breaking? Like, hold on, explain that.
Breaking mean training them. Like it's like breaking a horse, right? Like it's like she's buck wild, and then you have to kind of teach her how to be submissive and stuff instead of her already coming that way because of her upbringing.
Well, that means you will be wasting your time because she already setting on her ways, man. Can she learn a trick or two? No, but you cannot train a woman to be a wife. That's just you wasting your time. Why would a man want to do that anyway?
I like this guy.
That's like training a lion. You go to Africa and bring a lion to your house. Can you train that motherfucker to be a nice pet in your house? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
He
Try
gonna bite you at some point.
Yeah.
Well, is that what you meant by break a woman, GC? I don't think that's what you meant when you said you like to break your women in. What did you mean by that?
I like to help them find their natural submissive nature from time to time. However, if they are completely defiant, and I think that's where the lion analogy comes in, then no, I don't. I'm not going to try to break somebody who's deliberately unruly. I can recognize sometimes I'm bad at it. I can recognize a woman who's naturally submissive and was misguided by modern society versus a woman who is just completely unruly and she's on that, buzz cuz bra burning crap. I don't have time for that.
You look pretty, Minka. You're very pretty.
Girl.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Spanish. No, I'm
Yeah.
just-
I'm gonna come here
Please.
more often. Oh my god.
You should.
You definitely
Don't
should.
gas her up, please.
And you know
Don't
what?
gas her
Shut
up.
up, Poppy. Shut up, Poppy. Let me
You
have
know
my
what?
moment with girls.
Mika, we're about to start.
Yeah, you see
We're
what
about
I'm
to
saying?
start
You see this
camming up,
chat room?
Mika.
Guys, hold on. Go ahead, man.
We're about to start camming up, so I would love to have another pretty face there with us.
Yes.
So you need to come through. Yeah.
Yes, girl. I have been targeting you since we started talking. I mean, you didn't know this, but
What?
since we've been talking, since we started planning our show, right? This Live and Upfront, I have been saying, okay, and when we start doing women's panels, okay, we got to get this girl Minka. Like, she didn't even know who you were. I'm like, no, we have to get this girl Minka. Trust me, you're gonna love her. I've been telling her this for
Well,
like
I'll
months.
tell you what. You guys come on to my women's panel, and I'll come on to your women's panel.
Ooh,
Sounds like
that
a
sounds
deal.
good. Yep.
Love it.
So I want
Oh God.
to
Okay,
mention
next
something though.
If
Um, I think
if I make
Hold on,
my
hold on.
husband.
Kevin Murray, please do not disrespect our guests. I typed it in the chat. I'm going to say it now in the panel. Please do not disrespect our guests. Minka and everyone here, they're invited guests. Please do not disrespect the people on the panel. Thank you.
Please and thank you.
so,
Oh my god, he
Well,
called
I
me a
want
whore whisperer. Sorry.
Well, when that
Just
happened,
laugh
let me
at
see.
it. Just laugh
No,
at it.
I'm not a lesbian. I've been getting
What the
into
hell?
it.
no, I want
I thought I knew you.
Chat.
Are you a lesbian? I
No,
thought I knew you
Poppy,
already.
Poppy, I found an actual person to like put me in my place.
Oh,
that's
Okay.
good.
Oh,
Okay.
Let me
You
find
want
out.
But no, I want to address Mr. DJ, Ms. Q, Ms. IQ or something like that. He says you train animals, not women. That is not true. You train women as well as animals. Some you don't attempt to train, and others you do. If you-
GC?
just because something has similarity, that doesn't mean it doesn't mean that she's like an animal or she's subhuman because she
You're
can.
right. I should train
Actually,
every man.
GC, it's
no, but you
it's the
do
other.
train every man that you're with.
It's-
Here's the thing. We don't like
It's
to
actually-
admit this, but the fact is we teach people how to treat us, whether it's in a relationship, friendship, business associates, We teach people how to treat us, and that teaching is the same thing as training. You are telling people what's okay and what's not okay, what you'll accept, what you won't accept, what you respond well to, what you don't respond well to. That is all training. So in and of itself, to some extent, whether you want to or not, whether you mean to or not, right? You are training everyone around you, and vice versa. Everyone's training everyone around them. That's what it is.
This is why therapy can't even work for some women in this world today. Do you know, when I visit Haiti and when I visit Trinidad, the women are working, just like the gentleman to the lower left said. The women are only talking about how good their work is for the leader in their life, and the younger women who are not married yet, they're helping those women, and those women are teaching those younger women how to serve their bigger brothers, uncles, and dads.
Can we talk about Haiti's social and economic standards?
I'm not going to change the subject. I'm not going to move the goalposts.
Okay.
What I'm saying is,
my bad. I didn't mean to threaten you.
the purity in that is purity in that. What y'all have took it, women here in the West, y'all have taken that and made us to be like we would hit y'all with sticks and femicide women dying every 5.5 hours. When women abroad are being taught to be wives. So you can take that in purity, or you can take that as somebody trying to control you in some fantasy world. Either way, you're not prepared to be married because you have your own choice. You want to challenge me on everything. Therefore, you cannot be led. So buy a dog and die alone.
I see you, Kevin.
Okay.
Shout out to Kevin.
But I want to say I do, because I live out of the country. I live in Europe, so I can say like definitely from
he left.
From my perspective, they are right about like women out of the country kind of being like taught to be domestic. Like in 30 something years of dating, right? I never had you have to like earn like being from New York or being from America, you kind of got to earn no girl cooks you a home cooked meal on the first date, right? You got to like work your way up to that, right? I visited a girl's house for the first time, and I was so endeared by her because she said, you want something? You hungry? I can make you something. You want me to make you some soup? You want to make you a sandwich? You want to make you something? I'm like, what? Like, this is the first time at her house. You know, like they're more domesticated, and they're taught to be that way. So, I do think a lot of women outside of America do have the advantage because they're taught this, and this is just part of their culture. And I'm talking like a Western European country.
I agree. They're better. They're better at being women.
My thing with that, Duke, is I think.
Hear you, husband.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Angelus is wanting to say something, and he's.
Oh, my bad. I had my
raising
mic
his hand. Yeah, Angelus has been wanting to say something. I really want to say something after him.
Yeah, I was saying that nobody's not disagreeing. Nobody's not disagreeing about how Western culture and overseas how women act. Everybody's agreeing to that. But I will say this to Kashawn, just to make it clear, bro. She is not challenging everything nobody says. Every time somebody asks a question, and it was a good. I'm
speaking in general. In general, the purity of how women abroad.
Kenshawn, let Angelus finish first, please.
Okay, but just to be fair, in general, you were responding to her, so that could be my misinterpretation. But women that actually are conversating back and forth, and here's a general example. When GC and Minko was actually conversating, that was a nice flow of good discord going on. You really don't see that a lot. You know what I'm saying? Even in a chat or my chat, you see a lot of little toxicity more so than it need to be. But it's a good chat, a good discourse is going on. So this is what we need in conversation. And they're really not even disagreeing. They're saying, hey, they're actually saying we understand each other on where our standpoint is.
And that's the part where I really respect you, GC, because you really, like I said several times, I'm like, I fuck with you because you're honest, you're straight, you're saying how you like it, how you want it, what your perspective is, and you're clarifying. And it's like, I really will say, like, in these worlds, I don't get that a lot. And that's why it's flowing, because there's a mutual respect. And I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Aww. CGC.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
But I want to push back to that, please.
Can I? Oh, can I?
Go ahead.
Can I go after you, Poppy? I'll go after you, Poppy. What?
I mean, my man say we want to push back, so might as well. He can go.
Okay.
Yeah, so you could do what you want, sir. I'm just telling you the purity of when women are trained, they look up to other women who are doing the same thing, and they feel grateful for that, as opposed to who we leaders, men, who we would look forward to over here in the West, and what we see over here in the Caribbean and other smaller continents. That's what we would choose, and what women look at that as over here is some kind of control or femicide, or we're killing them 5.5 hours, or we're treating them in some type of way where they don't have a say. My point is, do what you like, sir. But I'm telling you what me and GC and others generally would like to choose.
So I would really like to say something because I'm gonna forget. That
Go ahead, Nika.
Go ahead, dementia lady.
fuck.
I go.
Oh, she forgot already.
I
You
know
too.
your
Damn.
feelings. I know
I
your
hate when that
feelings,
happens,
sir.
girl.
That happens all the time
All
to
the
me.
time.
All the
You know what?
time.
It was so close.
You know what? Listen here. Let me say what I'm gonna say. Maybe it'll refresh your memory somehow.
Okay.
But I want to say this. Here's the thing, and I have an issue with this in general. We like to talk about some of these things, like we take them out of context and put them into a vacuum, as though somehow, in some of these cultures where we're like, oh, well, women are trained to be wives and men are trained to be husbands. We talk about that like that is literally the only and specific purpose, instead of looking at it from a greater cultural perspective, where the entire country, the entire culture works so differently, right? And so part of the reason why I think you get a lot of pushback, right, is because you're in this society and in this culture that doesn't function on any principles of respect and deference at all, right? Respect's got to be earned and so on and so forth, instead of just a natural pecking order. You have to respect your elders and and children stay in the place and whatever, right? Like overall, the culture's normally very different when we're talking about these collectivist cultures and old school, more traditional cultures. It's very different. And so now you get women who were not raised in at a collectivist kind of ideal, and then they get to 20 something, and then there's this guy saying, you're supposed to submit to me. He's not even really even understanding how to necessarily explain what he means correctly, because he wasn't raised in the culture either. So he knows what he wants, but he doesn't know often how to deliver it. And so unfortunately, I've heard men deliver the message in such a way that that's exactly what they say. They say something along the lines of a dictatorship, women should be seen and not heard. They're worthless except for this, that, and the next thing. And, when you're invalidated.
I could go deeper
right?
into that.
Yeah, I bet you can, but hold on. Right. So when women feel invalidated and they're born and raised in a culture like ours, all they're going to do is kick back. Right. They're not going to stop and listen. And I think that is kind of the standstill that we're at in Western society, where men are reasonable for wanting what they want and needing what they need. Right. But I don't think that some men understand necessarily the problem that women are having in receiving that message. And I think some other men may not understand that women do respond well to respect and getting respect from you.
Right. Well, before we move on, let me
remembered.
okay, I'm just going to read the super chat real quick and then we'll get to you. Try to remember it. So,
wrote it
Game
down.
Changer, okay. Game Changer, thank you for the super chat. He says, great show, Melody. Thank you. We appreciate that.
It was a great show. Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And
Okay,
no,
go ahead, Amy. Oh.
I get that it comes off as harsh, and I do understand that it runs contra to everything that you were taught in the West. Just like the brother was saying, we understand that it is a cultural thing. And that's why I made it a point to say Catholic culture versus Protestant culture. It does have a different outcome. We understand that. However, just like we have to go against the grain, the culture also tells us to be Will Smith and put on a dress, or to be Homer Simpson. It does. It tells us to be a blithering idiot that defers to his wife's leadership. It tells us to do a lot of stuff. And if you want a man that says no, or in her case, she says, I want an alpha. An alpha will say, I'm not going to be what society wants me to be. I'm going to be what I need to be the most effective leader for
Thank
my
you.
family. If you want that man, then you got to be the woman who says, I don't care what these buzz cut bitches say. I am going to get my man a sandwich. I do not care what Oprah says. I am going to treat my man right. I don't care with, whoever the new old chick on the block is that's talking about Blizz Blaz and him, empty vagina chicks. I'm not going to listen to these old bitter bitches, and I am going to serve my man properly. If you can't, because unfortunately for you, Western women have to go against the grain to be a decent woman, where other women can just go with the flow. Eastern women can just go with the flow. South American women can just go with the flow. African women can just go with the flow. Y'all have to go against the flow in order to be a decent woman. But guess what? So did a man. And if you want a man who goes against the flow, then you got to be that chick. You just got to. I'll guide you. That's part of the training process. I will train you to go against the grain.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
have
just to
before she
pick it,
forgets.
Yeah.
just
Go
to
ahead,
pick it
Mika.
back from my man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let
Let
her
me
go. I
not
don't want her
be.
to forget.
I wrote it down. It's actually
Oh,
like it's actually in between both of what you guys are saying. Like there's a comment here that says like a man is literally supposed to say to a woman, submit to me. No, that shouldn't even be a conversation. Just like a woman shouldn't have to say, I want you to be an alpha. It's something like you'll fight each other when it's there. And it's I'll say this, I'm first generation Hispanic. I was in a way raised to be strong, but also in a way raised to like provide. And I had the problem where, and I call it a problem because I'm in a Western world. And so every time I would have a new guy that I would be with, I would cook for him. I would clean. I would like, hey, are you hungry? I'm very, very hospitable, especially like with friends. I have a girl right here right now. It's like my food is your food. My home is your home. Whatever you need. I welcome people, want them to feel comfortable. I'm very nurturing. I cross all the T's and dot all the I's. The issue with that, in my experience in living in this Western world, is that that is not appreciated. It is not respected. It is not, I didn't get anything for that ever. And part of that mentality of being like that is the expectation that the man is also going to want to protect, want to nurture, want to defend, want to provide. And those are a lot of the qualities that I never found until I had to change it. And now I don't let that side come out until I see what kind of person I'm dealing with, until I really see how do they treat me before I provide any of that based off of who I am in general. And so I think there's so many like black and whites of like, and that's what I was trying to, that's what I forgot to say is that like, I was that girl 100% and it didn't work. And so I have all you guys saying that's what you want, but like, I'm just saying like off of my experience, I never got the bag. I was always that girl and never got anything for it. Now that I'm the other way, that seems to be working a lot better for me, where I'm waiting to see how a person behaves and who they are beforehand. Angelus is my podcast husband. Just like we say that in a joking way a lot of times, but I always say it in a serious manner that through and through, this is like a husband and wife relationship. I will always defend him. He will always defend me. We always have each other's backs. If we argue about something serious, we're not doing it in front of you guys. We have our own personal and private conversations behind DMs.
That's how it should be. Yeah.
And there's been plenty of times where like, and this is practice for me too, because there's been plenty of times where like I had some stuff going on and he pushed back things that we had to do. And I'm like, no, we're going to do it now, blah, blah, blah. I'm like used to like having to do everything myself, as independent as I am. And here he is trying to make it fit my needs without me even asking. And when I realized that's what was happening, I was like, oh my God, I am so sorry. And thank you so much for providing for me and protecting me, because that's what it was. Right. And so that's the part where it's like, no, a man's not supposed to say that. A man's supposed to exemplify that. And in turn, what that does is the female also exemplifies what you're looking for in a nurturer. And I don't think that and here's the last part I'm going to say. You guys keep giving examples of women in like Asian cultures and Hispanic cultures and Black cultures. Those are some of the most, a lot of them are raised to like provide, like nurture and all of that. But damn, they're fucking rougher than Western culture. So I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. They'll beat your ass with a goddamn broomstick if you cheat or to do some crazy shit. So like, I'm confused by that whole thing.
I've never seen an Asian woman beat an Asian man with nunchucks.
Yeah.
That is pretty funny.
I'll let the gentleman talk. I'll let the gentleman talk, and I'll get to my.
Go ahead, Poppy. Go ahead.
Genghis Khan had 50,000 wives, and none of them beat him with a broomstick.
Oh,
That's
you
mad.
talking too far back. Let's come to current time.
Attila
Current
had all the
time.
wives. What are you talking about? Shaka Zulu had all the wives. None of them broke their spear
A
and
little
beat
bit
him
more
with the other
closer. A
hand.
little bit more
Why?
closer.
Can we talk about modern times?
A little bit more closer. A little bit more closer.
I mean, Hispanic women will get spicy on you.
That's what I'm
Slash them
saying.
tires.
Instantly.
I got a golf club.
So,
Just kidding.
did one of the gentlemen wanted to go next?
Yeah, Poppy.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
This is what I gotta say, man. Men need to learn how to read a woman, bro. You don't. If you feel the need that you have to, what my man said earlier, bro, break her, something like that. That means that's not a woman for you, bro. If you have to teach now, can you give the woman a point? Hey, man, I like my chicken this way. I like that. Sure, you can do it. You see what I'm saying? But for you, for men to say, we need to teach her. First of all, we ain't women, so I cannot teach a woman how to be a woman. I have a dick, so I don't know what's going on in that world. You see what I'm saying? I like to think that men and women, we are completely different to the point like we are two completely human beings. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, we're gonna have to learn. Men have to learn how to know if this woman's into you or not. Because I have a lot of women in my life that you should know that woman's into you in the first 2-3 days. It doesn't take 7 to 10 days.
Mhm.
You know what's the problem? Women put they put like a lot of roadblocks to men that they don't want to fuck. I have women tell me all the time, "Oh, I don't fuck on the first day, this and that." Nah, that just they just say that to the men that they don't want. You know what I mean? They put all the drama to that kind of man. So if you with a woman and you have to date this woman now like 7 to 10 times, bro, nine out of 10 that woman's not into you, fam. He only takes about 3 days, bro. And at that point, in 3 days, you should know know everything, but you should know a lot about this woman, and you should know pretty much where you are, like where this heading. And that way, you got to pick and choose. If it's gonna be just a fuck thing, or this is gonna be something that's gonna go longer. And that's what it comes down to. So I have plenty of women that told me come over to the house because they want to cook a meal for me, and I didn't even ask. You see what I'm saying? They do for whoever they want to do for. It's that simple, bro.
For real. I wanted to touch on why are men not able to be the leaders that in the West that women need. And this is, I'm not going to say mainly because the single mothers bringing them up, but think about it this way. Steve Harvey told his wife, "Give me these 3 boys." Steve Harvey has 3 boys and 3 daughters. He said, "You deal with the girls because I'm not a woman. I'm gonna deal with these boys because I have to be harder on them. I have to have a different expectation for them. Therefore, if we know most of the boys from 1980 to now has been attempted to be grown by their single mom, then we know today most of those boys are unsuccessful. They normally find gangs at the age of 7. They normally already have a police record before 20. I'm reading off the data. These young boys, are 70% of them, without a father, they're already in juvenile detention. Substance abuse, 75%. Out of high school, 71%. And aggressiveness towards the other partner, 75%. And they displace anger this way. So once again, is that the Tupac persona that most modern women like? They like these kind of men, but are the leaders being overlooked?
Can you clarify that
Let me-
Tupac
let-
persona?
I mean, I think he means like thug life in the
Because he was actually, I just want to clarify that because that man was actually very advocating about, you know where I'm going. That man advocated the fuck out of having a 2-parent household specifically for those reasons.
Right, and he spoke about he also spoke, but can I finish, please? He also spoke about the confidence he would have had he had a father, which women are seeking for today, which we're talking about now.
Yeah.
So, like I said, the aggression, 75%. In displacement of anger towards an opposite sex. That's because the father is not there. So once again, this Western world that displaces the men and tell us we have to give someone else a say and displace our masculinity and emasculate us, where can we find someone and who will listen to us or fall under our leadership? Nobody, because we've already been told someone can have a say.
Can I say something?
Well,
You
I definitely agree.
to finish that though, you belong to me, because in under religion, when I go to God, guess who I'm responsible for? My wife and my kids entering the kingdom of heaven. So you belong to me.
Well,
That's
I
it.
do
Well,
want to say, I do want to say
at one
about
point,
well,
I think Poppy was first, wasn't he?
oh, he was last. He
yeah,
actually went right before Kenshawn.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, my man.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. So I do want to say something about Steve Harvey's situation. I don't believe that a father should be completely hands off. However, I do feel that he should intervene from time to time if necessary in the process of a mother being a primary teacher and how to make a daughter a lady. If he feels that she's not doing that, in an optimal way. So I definitely agree with you there, Brother Kenshawn. I wonder, like, what happened with Lori, in that situation. Lori, because I mean, if that's the approach he took, then yeah, then it didn't come out right. Now I'm hoping that Michael B. Jordan is giving her proper training. Yeah. Because she does seem to be a different person now than she was. What was that?
Well, I was gonna say Lori isn't his biological child. I don't know if that matters.
Well, it matters a little bit because it means that the mother probably had primary, say so and final say so in the rearing of Lori. So, and that's what I mean. Like that hands off approach probably isn't the best. I do feel like the man should be able to step in and be like, "You're not leaving the house in that damn skirt." He should be able to do that. Like,
I agree with you, sir.
Yeah, if somebody like Little Wayne came and said, "Yeah, I'm here to take your daughter out," you're like, "You better get off my porch."
I agree with you, sir.
Yeah.
Not to mention she carries his name. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a
I agree
whole
with
other
you,
thing.
sir.
But she dated Future. That's crazy. How you let your daughter date Future?
Every now and again, a father.
Because Future is late. That's why.
Once again,
Every
this is
now
who they're
and again,
picking.
A father needs to step in. As if I was her father, I would say to Lori, "Okay, I approve of this man, Michael B. Jordan." I would say that. Hopefully, he's training her properly. But yeah.
Hold on, man. Like, first of all, man, what's her name? First of all, Steve Harvey is the worst example we can use as a man, bro.
He's pretty bad.
That man is a women. That man is a women pandering. He's a sucker. That man first of all, he took on like my man said, Lori is not his kid, right? That's not his biological kid, and he there is nothing that a man can do once the women hit like 18 years old.
I agree,
Like,
sir.
do you think Steve Harvey can stop Lori from fucking on Future and all these rappers? She was fucking on. He did it too.
I was not validating
I'm
his.
talking about the
I
rearing
was using,
process.
yeah.
I think that he could raise her properly. And yeah, she could be one of these defiant chicks who say, I'm going to do whatever I want once I turn 18. There's really not much you can do about that, granted. I'm talking about the rearing process from when she's under your roof, and what you choose to support and condone. If he has a handoff approach, I would say I disagree with the handoff approach. I give you an example. And I thought it was bad, but this is how it is. My uncle told my cousin, in front of me, I was company. He told her that she couldn't have Cinnabon, but her sisters could. And I thought that was cold. I was like, "Dang, Unc, you cold. She got to sit and watch me and everybody else eat Cinnabon, not Cinnabons, but whatever my auntie baked that was cinnamon rolls, right?" And I was just like, "Dang, Unc, that's cold." But he felt it necessary to intervene. Why? Because he's also her basketball coach. And he's like, "Listen, you can't do that. Every now and again, a man has to step in and say, you can't eat a cinnamon roll at night. It's cold." And, her mom wasn't going to do it, but he did it. Like, I'm just saying that every now and again. I agree with Ken Sean.
Okay.
I'm saying every now and again, a man has to step in the rear.
This is
Bobby, I'll say something real quick.
this is the problem with that thing, yo. Steve Harvey is a stepdaddy. Most likely, he
Yeah,
ain't
I
had
agree.
no say so on that little girl.
I
Even
agree.
if he wanted to, me seeing people around playing this. This is why I will. If I was like some sort of coach or whatever, my first rule I would tell men, do not sign up to be a stepdaddy because that's a terrible job, bro. And Steve Harvey was a
I agree.
stepdaddy. Most likely he was trying
Mm.
to. Let's just say if he tried to correct hunger, I can almost guarantee. I'm willing to take that bet to Vegas right now that her mama was like, "This is my child. Like this
So
is my child. You cannot punch my kid. You worry about your kids because I seen it on the everyday basis. You see what I'm
I,
saying? So I know
I
how women is with their kids that I know belong to the gay men that they with at that moment.
I apologize because I picked that because that's the latest thing that came out on Pink Book Lessons. So if you watch Pink Book Lessons, you would see that video, which is fresh to my memory on the example of the three boys. So that is why I use that. He's not a good example at all. But the three boys, yes, he
For
should
the
have
for,
taken. He should take care of them.
for the example you gave about Lori Harvey, what you have to understand, we live in a society, right, where it's okay. Like people make mistakes. Like look at like everybody Harold. Like everybody uses Sierra as like a perfect example, right? In her youth, when she could do what she wanted to do, she picked a guy like Future. When she got older and it was time for her to settle down, and now it's like, how am I going to survive for the rest of my life? She picked a guy like Russell Wilson. Guess what? She would have still been attracted to him at 20 years old, but guess what? Future was fun. He was fun. He was the bad boy, and that's the thing that kind of women need to kind of like. She was able to recover. Like she's a celebrity, and she had a little bit of money on her own right? And she ran in those circles. Those rules do not apply for the same for all women. Women need to be more selective with the guys they choose in their young age because guess what? Some dudes is not forgiven. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, listen, that's the kind of dude you was running around with. You're not my type of woman. Especially when you were out there having kids by them and stuff like that. You're damaged goods. I'm sorry. Like it is what it is. To
I
pivot
disagree
back to
with
what we
you,
Yeah,
said
I think
Will.
about being
I think the problem is that when between a woman's idea of having casual sexual fun is totally different from a man's casual sexual different from totally fun. Most percent of female, even though we're going out and having fun casual sex, it might be one or two fun guys that she wants to get wifed up for if he has, like Tiara. Future had the finances. He had a certain type of swag. But the only thing that broke up that relationship because he wasn't faithful. But if he was, she would have
okay.
still been with him.
How many kids
But
he had?
for,
She
for a man,
wasn't. She wasn't baby number
hold,
one.
let me finish. But for a man, when we come out thinking about type of fun and everything, that's what it is and stuff. We just want to smash, get the sets. That is it and stuff. Nothing really serious like that. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Like with Sierra's situation, a lot of females be looking at that as okay. Because I seen this today from some of my Facebook, Instagram posts about why people getting on Russell Wilson and everything. He's a good guy and everything. The beef's not really with Russell Wilson 100% like that. It's mostly with Sierra with the image that she was showing. Most percent of females dealt with a Russell Wilson type too many times in their lifetime. They have ample amount of chances, but now they want to. They looking through Sierra because she still had the beauty. She wasn't of a certain amount of age, and she's running through different type of circles. Most percent of females is not going to get that chance again and stuff to get with a Russell Wilson type at all.
You know,
Sometimes
you're
Yeah,
kind of right.
that's rare, and that's rare because it's a dude. What dude said was the perfect example because the only thing I disagree with him is because Ciara was baby mama number 4 for Future. So what that means is what that means is simple. If Ciara had it her way, she would be with a Future.
Yeah.
But here came a sucker ass Russell Wilson. That's the part I don't get, man. If I got 200 millions, I'm a Super Bowl champion. I got commercials with Gatorade, Nike. I'm lit. I got everything. There is absolutely no way in God's green earth that will sign up to be Future's baby stepdad. I can't sign up for that, man. And that's why.
Right?
Hold on one second. That's why I always will tell men, please don't sign up to be a stepdaddy. That's like the worst job in America, yo. I know I sound harsh. I get it, but if Ciara had it her way, if she was the $200-300 million woman, she will be with a Future, no with a Russell Wilson. You know why? Because she willingly. This is a pop star we talk about. Ciara got hits. She was that girl at one point, right? She willingly knew what Future was about. And that's why I always like I don't understand why this is female. Female like to kill Future when Future is one guy, but people what they forget to mention is the 9 women that decide to go have his baby, knowing what time it was with him. You see what I'm saying? That's the part I don't understand. I never understood that part.
Because
they always blame that one person, but they forget to blame the other 8 person.
Each female want to be able to be the one that, you know what, I got him. I tamed him down. I'm the one that tamed him. That's the whole competition.
Shout out to Jada.
Shout
out to Jada.
I think Jada's situation is totally different with with that situation, with Will, from my point of view and stuff. But yeah, but man, we see this all the time. Like, females be want to tame the guy that most percentage of women want, and they want to be the one that I got that guy, and I can brag about that guy. That's my pride. But failed to realize, we tell them so many times, that's the dude that got options. You better be able to share him with other women.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is to, when we think about sex, right? We're not educated, especially as men. So we're already emasculated, right? And there's an article, the first woman that taught me that pussy was cheaper was my mom, my single mom, and the first person who was a simp was your dad. So that being said, because hey, my mom had to take care of me, and men came into the house, different men, and this can go for many different. I don't mean to open the Jack in the Box, but it is what it is. She taught me that pussy was cheaper because she took care of me with that money she got from those men, right? They didn't stay to be my stepfather, but the different men came. Therefore, I saw that pussy was cheaper. Your dad was your first simp. Yes, your dad was your first simp. See how far apart we are in relationships? We're just looking to come within 5 minutes. We're not even thinking of Kama Sutra. We're not thinking of reciprocation without entering penetration. We're just thinking about, can I make her come? Can she make me come? We're way off, man.
I think one of the
Well, I
problems.
just want to say one thing. If I may, Mel, I just want to say
Go
one
ahead,
thing.
GG.
I'm not thinking about, can I make her come?
Me neither.
Yeah.
Well, I am. I mean, I am.
I am.
But I'm not.
I am too.
I think the problem is
How
that
do you, brother?
technically we're afraid to talk about the topic of sex. What turns you on? What turns me on? Of course, it's always one-sided. Me, I'm not just not want her to how she could make me bust a nut, but I also want to know how she could bust a nut also too, because I want her to return. I want to be thirst for my shit. You know what I'm saying? So how can I satisfy you with your body and shit like that, so she could brag about me and shit like that, so she can be thirst for more? And shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's what's up, cuz.
She has until the time I get mine to get hers. So that's just it.
Oh,
shout out to Bernie Mac.
Hey man, I love your honesty. Like I said, I respect your honesty.
No, Game Changer gonna keep it real.
Yeah,
Let me make a disclaimer real quick, man. I'll make a disclaimer. I don't know what these niggas is talking about, but baby girls, come to Poppy, man. I go get you right. I care about your comments.
I beg you,
Poppy, don't make me ask you the question, Poppy.
What question? Go ahead, fire away.
But Poppy, do you eat out the ladies?
Fuck no.
Look at the purple circle with the thing and everything. I'm PC diving, baby.
This is straight dick, straight long strokes.
All right, guys, come on. Let's try to at least keep it like
the magic.
Sorry.
All right. I'm gonna say we can't.
Y'all,
Ruby married, so
y'all trying to send Ruby to hell tonight.
Hey,
Listen, I'm not saying we can't talk about it. We all grown folk, but let's try to use, slightly less bannable language.
Okay, Mom.
Hey, listen.
You're literally going through what Angelus has to go through when Poppy and I are on at the same time on a
I can imagine. Yeah.
Hey, listen. Ruby's the first one in the company that just got finished her sensitivity training, so she's trying to help us out.
Right? Thank you, Alex.
Trust me, I'm certified. I'm good on my end. I have to do the same thing Ruby doing.
Actually, that's true. Angela's is probably way better than me. That's all I'm saying.
No, I just wanted to point out, right, when you're talking about people like Will and you talking about Russell and people like Scottie Pippen, what you got to understand, like when these guys have been the corny soft guys all their life. So when it comes to the women, and women know this, what they do is, since they can't be that guy, when they get in some type of position of power, the closest thing they can do is get the girl that these guys are with. And that's all they do. And it's always in a position of power for the women that they get. There's an advantage. Even though, people say we hate on the Russell and Sierra, she's more in control. Jada's more in control. Larsa Pippen was more in control. I mean, it's just the power dynamics. It never works out. The guy is the woman in the situation, and it's like Will Smith. They're always trying to prove themselves to her and to the world. And that's never a good look.
And there's an argument that Disney World and Hollywood and the society compression on black men, straight men, did this to us. Because like I said, when it comes down to it, we're emasculated. We don't have no say. And you have women, nonchalantly saying they want to give their view, which goes beyond falling under our leadership. So
what I was going to say earlier about like being a man, right? This is what I think most men do not take the time to do, right? Because we jump straight into manhood. We jump straight into like doing man things and we're not ready, right? A man needs to take time and build himself up. You build yourself up independent of a woman. You need to build yourself up independent of a woman, because you cannot owe anything to her, because then she has entitlement. Nobody's going to be entitled to anything from you. You're only going to be entitled to what I give you. So as a man, if I build myself up from the foundation up, you come in on an already finished product, I can set the terms. I can make the demands. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of guys now that are emasculated. Why? Of course you're emasculated, because if your credit ain't right and you need your girl to co-sign cars and apartments and everything like that, you're not a man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not 100% a man. Right. You need to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. And the thing is, when you give women the opportunity, when you need their help, you've emasculated yourself. And that's what you have to be careful of, because the second that things don't go that way, they will use their contributions to emasculate you. So you need to see that beforehand, and you need to say, hey, I don't owe you anything. And now you deal with me on my terms, and I deal with, you know what I'm saying? Like on my terms. I don't need you for anything. You can go. If you don't walk to the beat of my drum, you can go.
Yeah, it's like men coming to the table and say, hey, I'm a provider. And women are like, well, shit, I could provide too. So I can do that and everything else. That's all you got is you can provide. Bro, you losing at that point. If that's all you are, just a provider, I feel sorry for you.
You know what's so interesting?
I like you, sir.
Hold on, let me add to that, because this is funny thing, since we're talking.
Al Nixon is awesome.
I'm sorry, go ahead. But I was gonna say this because my mom did that too as a kid, and like you said, you're trying to come up or just have that manhood of yourself. I actually said something like a lines of like, "Oh, mom, I got you," something like that. My mother did that same. You ain't got $1. And from that moment on, I disconnected myself from her, my uncles, my other male role models, adults for me. I just focused on them.
Yeah, and that's interesting.
So this is if you don't have your shit tight, I mean, you're not able to stand firmly on your square. You open yourself up to being emasculated throughout your relationship and throughout any of your interactions with women in the future. So this is the thing, you have to be able to stand on your own too, and then you dictate the terms, and then you don't leave room for you to be emasculated. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't have a leg to stand on, women are gonna. That's the chink in your armor, and that's what they're gonna.
It's like the old saying. I've seen even Game of Thrones and stuff like that. When that little king, I forgot his damn name, but his grandfather had to put him in check because he said, a man that keep calling himself a king is not no true king.
Oh, Tywin Lannister.
Exactly.
So
Powerful scene right there. And
I
stuff.
want to.
Hey
I want
guys,
to just touch real quick. Oh, go ahead, Melody.
real quick. I'm gonna do final thoughts because it's getting late. I'm past the 4 hour mark. So I want to start with. Let's start with the guests. Gray Pill. What's your final thoughts?
Which gray pill? Me or Mika?
Oh, you. What's your name? What can I call you?
Oh, it's Angelus.
Angela.
Hubby,
Hubby.
aka husband,
Angelus. What's your
aka
final
Alpha.
We got husband and wife up there. Oh,
I like
Somebody get their
it.
back blown out tonight. That's all I'm saying. Hey,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm a little bit distracted by the rise of masculinity right now, but we're
oh.
good. Yeah, but it's number one, it's a good show. I'm very glad and that we took the time out to come on. I don't know if Ruby even saw the stream where I actually did apology to after the fact that I kind of canceled on her. And this is why I'm taking it like it was a no-brainer, Ruby. As soon as you said, hey, can you come on? Is yes. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like I owe you that one on that level. And we went way back. So it's like it's a given. But great show, great conversation. I have mad respect to everybody on the platform. I think I seen the other guy, the name's not showing with the purple avatar. So I seen him in the YouTube streets. So shout out to him.
That's Mel.
Yeah. I seen you. Yeah, I seen him in the YouTube street. So great
They'll be
chat,
around.
great conversation overall. Yeah, just vet.
what did we do to you, man? We apologizing to her, man.
Yeah. I owe her. Hey, bro, I owe her that one because we had a whole conversation on a good conversation of a topic supposed to come on, and it come through. You know, quote, my wifey got sick, and I just like, nah, I want her on for that one too. You know what I'm saying?
But he didn't cancel. He didn't say anything. He just the day came and went.
I know, but I saw this with apology. This is apology because again,
where's my link at?
I gave you a long, lengthy apology, and I went on to apologize. So I feel like I crossed my teeth, dot my eyes.
You did. No, when you showed up today, don't worry. We good now. We comic.
Yeah.
We back on par. Thank you very much.
I would also like to take full responsibility for that because I made him cancel last minute because I had stuff going on and I was sick. So that's on me, not on him. Angelus is really responsible. Just wanted to say that.
Well, I thought so. No, don't worry. It came down to listen. I contacted him last minute because I was so sick and I didn't want to just cancel or leave Melody in the lurch. And I was so sick, and he came through for me when I'm sick. And then you came through, right? Deuce came through. Y'all came through for me. So, like I said, it's all good. Okay, we are all good. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for coming. So, Deuce, what are your final thoughts?
I said all my thoughts throughout the podcast when I said the things I said, but my final thoughts is there was a lot of good perspectives here. Game changer, GC man, your upfront honesty and your ability to have a civil discourse, even though you're conveying some unpopular opinions, is definitely pretty awesome. It was good to see. And I was glad I was here and I got to hear a lot of different perspectives, especially brothers that live across the world and in other parts of other regions and stuff. Just men got to be men. That my final thought is men got to be men, and we need to get away from society and saying what the trend is and being politically correct, and just go back to being manly men. And the only way you're going to do that is through grit and hard work.
All right. Thanks for that. That's great word of advice. We appreciate you. Thanks. Next is Papi Chulo. Papi, what are your final thoughts?
I'm glad that I came across my homegirl Ruby, man. I didn't know this was her. She was part of this channel. Yeah, I fuck with her heavy. It was a good conversation, man. And I hope I'm welcome back next time.
Definitely.
All right, I'm gonna see you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna see you later, baby.
Don't be a stranger, Poppy. Don't be a stranger.
Oh, he won't. He them streets.
You gotta come around.
I know. I gotta find time. I know, but I do catch some of your replays. I just not live, but I do catch some of your replays. So
you gotta cut on my channel, Ruby.
I'm gonna put up your channel.
Chat, guys.
we gotta have Poppy over here anyway, and have him on an interview because he can tell us about a completely different culture and his experiences.
Hey,
So that would be great.
Poppy's put me on some real shit that I didn't know.
Mhm.
What's
That's what
that?
I'm saying. I like it. So that's what I'm saying. Hey, listen, maybe I will have all of y'all up here again. Of course. I mean, this has been an amazing discussion, hasn't it, guys? I thought it was going to last like an hour and a half, and I've been here 4 hours because you guys
Over
have been
4
great.
hours.
Right?
Exactly.
Trust me, I went through it last week, girl. I thought I was gonna go up for like 2 hours. I went up for like 10 hours. So it happens, yo. It just happens.
It does. It's good company. Good company. All
Right, thank you.
right, who's up next?
It is going to be the lady of the hour. Hey, girl. You.
Ms. Nika.
Oh, hi. Sorry. I get lost in the comments. I like to read them. Final thoughts. I really appreciate your guys' channel, and thank you so much for having us on. I'm sorry that I did not start when you guys started because it's been a great conversation. I really, really, really appreciate the respect that we have had for each other with differences in opinions. I think that there's a lot of different. It's been a great conversation. I will say that respect is something that is earned, not given. And women want to submit. They don't want to obey. And there's a difference. And I think that if I'm going to say it anyways. I think my personal opinion, if you need to go outside of the country because you can't find it over here, that says something about you. That's just my personal.
You just started a war right now.
You gotta come back on and explain that to these guys.
Come after you, sweetheart.
It's a personal opinion, and it's something that, and I can respect your belief system and what you guys, not everyone, but certain belief systems and what they believe. I can understand it, but it's not my choice or what I believe. Does that make sense? So I want to make sure that it's still respectful in the way that I'm saying it. It's still respectful.
It's very respectful. We appreciate your honesty. Thank you and your opinions.
I'm so excited because they're next.
Okay, Mel, you're next. What's your final thoughts?
I just came in late, so thanks for having me up on the show, man. Kudos to you and Ruby doing your thing.
All right, thank you. Thanks for coming as usual.
All right.
And L. Nixon.
That's movie night. You do a movie night tonight? Late.
Yeah, it's late, but I'm gonna do a movie night. I'm gonna go straight into the movie. Why the Fools Fall in Love. Right after this.
So make sure you guys hit the link for movie night.
I got channel post in the back chat so I can post in the regular chat.
Hey Mel, it's late. It's late for East Coast, but you got to figure what time zone game.
Wait a minute, I forgot. No, it's early.
I mean, yeah. It's early for us.
Y'all don't know about the after party.
Here on the East Coast, 12:39.
But y'all know, you looking at the time. We know it's past Melody's bedtime. Look, Melody do not play about her sleep, y'all.
Because I get up at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, she don't play.
She got work in the morning.
Yeah, but look, it's always fun to hang out. I got some of my play cousins over here, so it's always a dope conversation. For any of you guys that are new over here, this is a cool conversation where you can actually have the conversation without all the extra crazy stuff, and it's always fun. So I appreciate y'all coming by, and I always appreciate y'all allowing me to come up.
Thanks for that.
Always a pleasure, Al Nixon. You know, brother.
Yeah, I got love for y'all.
We got love for you too. And Ken Sean, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah. So my final thoughts was to push back to the brother above me, because there are many women's spaces that cringe when you say dictate, because I will be able to have myself prepared and I can dictate what I want. In fact, the lady right now, I forgot her name, who spoke before me, she is not going to obey. So us getting what we want to then dictate is the wrong way. Let me go back to what it is, sir. It's purity. When a woman trains her daughter and she sees the aunts and the other women in the community doing the same thing for their bigger brothers and husbands. And this is how a woman is trained. You don't need to do a damn thing. You don't need to train a woman. Women over here don't accept that. That's fine. But you don't have to strain your brain or pop a vein, bro. What you need to do is be centered in yourself, and that person will be gathered to you. That they will find you. They will reverberate to you. So you can let these women don't want to do nothing. They can don't want to do a damn thing. But you just let your purity and what you stand for, let that person reverberate to you.
Thanks
So
for
about me,
that, Sean.
my comment, Keyshawn.
I guess so.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
It was my no. So mine was just more of a confidence thing. I think brothers don't have enough like confidence, so that's where
No,
building yourself up
but
as a
women
man.
don't want to hear a dictate. Women don't want to hear I'm gonna build myself so I could put her in order, and she not. If we
Well,
have leadership,
I never said put her in order, but that's the thing. It's leadership, exactly. So it's like you give them
right?
something to follow. So it's like you have a
Uh-huh.
man that's a man, then she's gonna see you as a man, like a fully
You
self
looking for a
sufficient,
fight from
confident man.
right? You're looking for a fight from Cynthia G, but by saying dictate. But
Yeah,
what I would say is
Here's the thing. Here's the
No,
thing.
I dictate. I didn't say
Here's the
dictate to
thing.
her. I said I dictate my terms. You know what I'm saying? So that's the
Yeah.
thing. It's it's self
that's
governance.
don't you see that right? Okay. But when you're saying you're gonna gather your worth and then implant that on the woman by that is very scary because women don't want to hear that over here. And you
Well,
don't have to work.
here's my
And
point of view on that. I
hold
don't
on,
deal with
Mel.
those type of
Hold on, Mel.
females.
I'm not
Period.
finished though. I'm not finished. Women, you don't have to work for that over abroad. You don't have to strain your brain for women like that, or because they would be trained to fall under your leadership. Go
Okay,
ahead.
but here's the thing, guys. Listen, this is what we'll do. Seems like you guys are invested in this conversation, so maybe
Too
we can
invested.
have it, right? Maybe we can have this discussion on Tuesday in a regular slot. We can make that one of the segments we do on Tuesday. If you guys are up for coming back, we can host the discussion. But right now it's closing arguments.
Yeah, so
So,
we have GC is next.
right, and
Okay.
I'll put my email address inside of the chat, in the private chat. So if y'all want to have this discussion, you can email me. Maybe we can set it up, okay?
Hey GC, I
Okay.
subscribe to your channel.
Okay, great. All right, listen, fellas, y'all arguing and y'all want to have a separate conversation about it. It's very simple. You dictate, they take dick. That's how that works. Period.
Bingo.
That's in the conversation. You dictate, they take dick. That is the beginning and the end. Anything
We can agree on that. We can agree on that.
exactly.
Jesus. I subscribe for your honesty.
When I dictate,
So
she
GC,
obeys.
what are your final thoughts, GC?
Okay, but furthermore, don't let these Western chicks listen. Okay, something is wrong with you if you want to travel to get a different type of woman, and be okay with that. There is something wrong with you. If you want to go to Japan and have a chick shave you with a samurai sword, then that is your business. If you want to go to Africa and have a chick dress up in a Wakanda Forever uniform while you do her, then that is in a hut. That is up to you. If you want to go to England, smack or go to France, smack a dude with a white glove, challenge him to a dude, and do his sister, then that is up to you. You can do whatever. Do not let these women try to shame you from something that you want to do. If you want to go to South America and see a chick with a fruit basket on her head and then you just nibble on it, that is up to you. You do whatever your fantasy is, you do it. Don't let these chicks shame you for wanting what you want. There's a lot of crazy stuff that I want, and some of it don't have anything to do with American women. How dare them say, "Oh, something's wrong with you"? I do what I want to do. If I want to dress a Japanese woman up in the thing, and she put the chopsticks in her hair, and then she put in a geisha outfit with the white faces, that is my business. Everything is my business. Hi puppy yami yumi show is what I want. Damn it! Don't tell me something's wrong with me. We all have things that we like, and there's nothing wrong with you if you want to pursue those things. Here's the thing, fellas. It is in a woman's nature to try to limit your vaginal intake to hers. That's why they don't want you cheating. They want to be the only source of sexual pleasure to you. They want to localize your penis as much as possible, but that doesn't mean you have to localize it. Dictate means take the dick wherever you like and wherever gives you most pleasure. Okay? If you find better bananas in Chiquita, then I say go for it. If you find better pineapples in Hawaii, then I say go for it. Go
Backstage gonna be big.
And when you dictate, she obeys.
Yo,
We
GC,
gonna have,
man.
hey,
Hey, that's
we gonna have
GC.
a big backstage, man. We gonna have a
Proud to
big.
you, brother.
I gotta go get some dictate real quick, guys.
That's what's up.
Better obey.
Oh my God.
But no, last thing, come to movie night is it's gonna be cool. We playing Why Do Fools Fall in Love with Terrence Howard, Holly Berry, Vivica Fox, and Layla Rashad.
That's Lorenz Tate. Terrence Howard's not in that movie.
Oh yeah, that's right, Lorenz Tate. My bad.
Good show, everybody. Good show.
Got it. Thank you. Everybody hit that link. Come to movie night. Thanks for coming. Ruby and I really appreciate it. Thanks for all the people who super chatted, all the people who liked the stream, subscribe. Thank you so much. And we'll see you on the next show.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Cheers, y'all.
Bye.
All right, guys.
Thank you
Have
to
a good
my-
night.
Good
Thank
night.
you, man.